like to call this meeting of Finance Committee to order. Let us pray. Eternal and Heavenly Father, we thank Thee for this day. We ask You now, Lord, to bless the deliberations of this Finance Committee now assembled. We ask, O Lord, that all that will be deliberated, done, and said will be pleasing to You, will be for the benefit of the people of the Cayman Islands. We ask You now, Lord, to bless all elected members here. We ask that You would bless all civil servants, public officers who are here to support the committee in its work. We ask that You bless the staff of the Parliament. We especially ask that You bless the staff from the Ministry of Finance and the ministries that are under scrutiny today. We ask You now, O Father, to bless each family represented, to bless all of our people, to bless our entire Cayman Islands. For these things we ask in the name of Jesus, our Lord and our Savior. Amen. Please be seated. Good afternoon, honorable members. The House is now in committee. Specifically, of course, Finance Committee. The purpose of our meeting is to consider the items shown on the schedule to the appropriations financial years 2026 and 2027 Bill 2025. We have 19 members, elected members to our Parliament, and the quorum of our committee is 10, excluding me as chairman, of which we are quorate. Honourable members, I request your usual cooperation in your questions, that those would be asked promptly and precisely so as to allow the smooth running of our committee. Also, members, as is customary, or has been customary from time to time, as I call on each honourable minister to be questioned on their output groups, I would invite them to make a brief statement to the committee, which would elucidate the items under scrutiny and allow for there to be a more wholesome question and answer period. I also would like to recognize the fact that a number of amendment or motions rather has been submitted by the member from Bordentown West, Mr. Chris Saunders. However, as the proceedings will go, we will ensure that all matters are disposed of thoroughly and expeditiously, but ensuring that we have proper scrutiny, proper openness and transparency in our process to ensure that the public gets to understand the details of the appropriation bill. We have distributed for members a version of the appropriations bill that has the page numbering that tie out to the annual plan and estimates to the right of each output group. This is to ensure that members can easily follow along and allow for the process to be as smooth as possible. The initial first output groups to be scrutinized today will be those to be appropriated to the minister responsible for planning, lands, agriculture, housing, and infrastructure, the Honorable J. E. Banks.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for that explanation as to the proceedings for the Finance Committee. And we welcome the opportunity to hear from the ministers, honourable ministers, some of the details on their budget. Mr. Chairman, certainly not our intention to be obstructive or to drag things on, but I'd like to ask that members be able to ask questions, brief questions after the minister's statements. And also, I would seek your indulgence that some members may need to have a bit of a preamble before their questions during the question time based on comments made by the ministers.
Thank you very much for that intervention, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, and certainly that would be within keeping of good order within Finance Committee. And so I would just encourage all of us to ensure that as we do that, we keep matters tight and concise. But that certainly will be welcomed by the Chair. So with those few brief introductory remarks.
Mr. Chair.
Member from Cayman Brack East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could I just inquire at what stage I could get a copy of the relevant statements from your ministers? Thank you.
The statements to be provided, I would be in the hands of the honourable ministers as to whether or not those would be written and prepared or whether or not they will simply speak to their outputs. I'm not certain that everyone will actually have something that is prepared, but I'm sure that anyone that has them prepared will be more than willing to share it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but could I perhaps, by the process of deductive reason, that if the minister is reading it, I could at least have one copy for myself? Thank you.
Absolutely. So in accordance with Standing Order
She said she'll catch up. He was not. She said she'll catch up.
Okay. So members, with agreement of all, we will start. And so we begin with considering outputs to the Minister responsible for planning, lands, agriculture, housing and infrastructure as contained in PAH1. Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Okay. Mr. Chair, thank you again, and that makes my life a lot more easier if I don't have to stand. Mr. Chair, the Ministry of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure, Transport touches the life of every Caymanian. Where they live, how they move, how their communities grow, and how their future is secured. Since the start of this term, we have completed 48 cabinet papers with 45 more underway, more than 3 per week. That is not paperwork, that is progress. Each cabinet paper is a commitment, the who, the what, the when, the where, and why of the projects that shape our country. Today, I will speak clearly about what those decisions mean, outcomes, the milestones, and the impact for the Caymanian families. Behind this momentum are 1,094 civil servants across this ministry. That is the Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, and the SAGCs. That's planners, surveyors, engineers, mechanics, administrators, inspectors, laborers, who turn decisions into action. With over 150 active initiatives, we are shaping Cayman, our children that will inherit. This work is not theory, it is real life in these islands. Cayman Islands Airport Authority, Mr. Chair, our airports are the front door of our nation. That is why the air traffic management system upgrade and the runway extension projects are critical, increasing capacity, improving the safety, and elevating the customer experience from touchdown to takeoff. We are strengthening Cayman employment across operations, security, and customer services so that visitors experience that Cayman kind from the moment they arrive. The Little Cayman Airport and Sea Access Policy is under final review, balancing the connectivity with the environmental protection. We are modernizing the Airport Authority Act as it relates to regulations, consolidating outdated, overlapping rules, clarifying the statutory responsibilities, and aligning the International Civil Aviation Organization and the Overseas Territories Aviation requirements. The amendments will update the airport boundaries, strengthen the wildlife and environmental protections, and expand the authorized officers' powers across landside and airside operations. The 30+ million air traffic management and infrastructure upgrade that is funded through the CIAA operation budget is well underway through the 2026, is installing a modern navigation system, increasing handling capacity, and enhancing the safety across all islands. And most importantly, we are placing Caymanians at the center of the airport careers through training, advancing, and targeted development. Mr. Chair, I just want to thank the member also from Georgetown Central, because this was under him before, and the amendments that he made bringing before of the changes of fees so that we could look forward to do a lot of this work. As one of my colleagues always say, there's always one that sow and one that reap. When a visitor steps into Owen Roberts International or Charles Kirkconnell Airport, they should see Cayman at its best. Mr. Chair, Port Authority modernization Our ports are the lifeline of our economy. We are modernizing the cargo operations, streamlining the cruise process, and improving the logistics for the workers and the passengers. At Royal Watla and at the North Terminal, we're implementing the shore-based pre-checks for immigration and customs, allowing passengers to clear on land instead on the ship, speeding up the disembark and increasing the time spent on island. We are expanding our tender capacity and exploring the opportunities for broader participation in tender operations to improve efficiency. A new cargo crane purchased in October and arrive in 1st of December will accelerate the unloading and improve supply chain and reliability. This investment strengthens the safety, the efficiency, and the productivity of the port staff. Mr. Chair, again, I just want to thank the member for Georgetown Central, because he was the one that was at the point in time that actually adjusted the fees so that we could actually purchase this screen, and this screen is now well on its way to be here to the island by the 1st of December. We are modernizing the Port Authority Act, resolving the audit findings and aligning the international maritime conventions and the III code. Our goal is simple: the most efficient, safest, and trusted port in the region. Mr. Chair, planning is where vision meets responsibility. We are bringing forward the Development and Planning Amendment Bill to simplify approvals, to strengthen the compliance, and increase transparency. Our most significant reform is the adoption of the ICC Code 2021 building codes. We will not lower our standards, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just want to go on to say on that ICC codes that the new ICC codes will be the first branded Cayman Islands codes, where anybody that wants to follow the Cayman Islands codes can do so. We continue to carefully manage and rezoning, ensuring responsible growth that balances development and heritage and environmental stewardship. The National Development Plan is progressing through the structure, consultation, giving Caymanians a real voice in shaping their communities. The Planning Appeals Tribunal is operational and providing timely and transparent resolution of matters to ensure public confidence. Lands and Survey, Mr. Chair, our Lands and Survey team are clearing historic backlogs, improving the title accuracy, digitalizing mapping systems, and modernizing land transactions. A new land bill will streamline compulsory acquisition and compensation, ensuring fairness, clarity, and efficiency for families contributing for property to national projects. Mr. Chair, I just want to elaborate on that a little bit more. The member for Georgetown Central and the member for Georgetown North has been coming to see me briefly about how we look and deal with land transactions, and I just make that commitment to them that in my speech here that we are making the amendments to how we look at land transactions in the future so that we can get people paid up a lot quicker and at the value that at the time when they are going to be paid. Land purchases under this administration, so Chair, 2.3 acres in West Bay for the new police station, emergency center, 125 acres on the Black Bluff near the lighthouse, 14 acres in Northside for agriculture and food security, and the 2.4 acres in Red Bay for transport infrastructure. Land is not a commodity, it is a heritage, an identity, and a national security. This ministry will continue to protect all lands that we have. Mr. Chair, Public Lands Commission, public access is not a privilege, it is a right. The Public Lands Commission safeguards beaches, parks, and open spaces, ensuring Caymanians always have access to the sea that sustained our ancestors. We are modernizing the inventories, signage, and digital mapping so that no access is ever lost to neglect or confusion. Public lands is the people's land, and the ministry will protect it. Mr. Chair, a nation that relies entirely on imports stands on borrowed ground. Agriculture is not a pastime, it is a pillar of resilience. We continue to implement food nutrition security policy, strengthening the production, lowering the costs, and supporting our farmers. The key actions include expanding the farm roads, strengthening biosecurity, establishing the agro-park and aggregation center, training farmers through extension services, developing the feed and input strategy, and supporting disaster-resilient production. Market access increasing through direct links with hotels, grocers, and the schools. Caymanian agriculture is also gaining international visibility with the Cayman Cookout, showcasing local eggs, herbs, greens, and meat. The NEST program has forged powerful partnerships with the hospitality, including the supply of 60 eggs weekly to the Ritz-Carlton, 60 dozen eggs weekly to the Ritz-Carlton. Mr. Chair, that is one farmer alone that has that contract, and we continue to push each one of our farmers in the hospitality. This is transforming Caymanian farmers, proving our produce can stand proudly on the world stage. Food security is a sovereignty. When we grow our own food, we grow our independence. So, Chair, when it comes to housing, the Caymanian dream made real. Chair, every Caymanian deserves a safe roof, a strong foundation of these islands to call their own. Later this year, we will table the National Housing Policy and the 10-year strategic plan, a roadmap for affordable, accessible, and sustainable housing. Key features include transparent allocation criteria, shared equity, rent-to-own and deposit assistance, mixed-use and community-oriented developments, energy-efficient and hurricane-resilient construction, and affordable homes that are also affordable to maintain. The home program supports the first-time Caymanian buyers through NHDT. We continue to build new homes, refurbishing existing stock, and open service lots. NHDT has 1,152 applications under active review since the 1st of May. 6 families at the Flamingo Point have received keys to their new homes. Housing is not just a construction, it is a legacy, an equity, and a generation wealth. To achieve the strategic policy statement, the vision of sustainable development and infrastructure, this ministry requires responsible and adequate funding. Housing gives shelter and infrastructure gives community lives. Public Works Department Building for communities, Mr. Chair, PWD is where vision becomes concrete reality, and major achievements include the Scranton Park and Youth Center opening in January, the Northward Community Center business case and design completing, awaiting funding. I know that you get you one. PWD also trains the next generation through apprenticeships in carpentry, masonry, engineering, and sustainable construction. Currently, 36 students enrolled. These projects are more than buildings, they are the foundations belonging. National Roads Authority, Mr. Chair, the NRA work is seen daily. Paving, fixing, widening, and building better roads island-wide. Priority projects include East-West Arterial, the Linford-Pearson Highway, the Godfrey-Nixon Way Extension, the Kings Bypass Roundabout, the Potspot Strait, the multiple corridors decelerations, the National Stormwater Management Strategy, the Agnes Way Connector, the new and adding new lighted crosswalks, integrated traffic management system, and the EVR gantries and speed cameras. These investments save time, save money, and save lives. To finish these projects, we will need funding. So half-built roads do not move people. Mr. Chair, I just want to say that I know in your speech you mentioned that the government is committed to the East-West Arterial Road, and the Premier has made that commitment also. Mr. Chair, DVDL is a central partner in road safety. Reforms include the road code for 2025, updated traffic regulations, electronic vehicle registration, strengthening the penalties and the demerit system, data sharing between DVDL, RCIPS, NRA, and the courts. These measures modernize enforcement but streamline the services and the protected lives. The Public Transport Unit, Mr. Chair, are modernizing public transport by expansion to the Cayman Islands Go Taxi app, Public Transport Board policy framework, the new enforcement powers, public-private venture, the code of conduct, launch of the appeals tribunal, the PTO website, the bus tracking app, the school traffic management, and the Eastern District shuttle pilot. A modern Cayman deserves a professional transport system. Mr. Chair, DVDS is modernizing the government fleet, replacing old vehicles and expanding EVs, and installing charging infrastructure and improving the fleet management systems. Training and certifications ensure Caymanians lead and in this transition. DVDS also supports planning for the National Bus Depot and the maintenance facility. Facility management is the foundation of the government. FM ensures that every government office and public building remains safe and functional. Modernizing includes the solar integration and a smarter cooling and cost-saving upgrades. FM's quiet work keeps the government running. So, Mr. Chair, Georgetown revitalization, restoring the capital. This project is entering in its final phase. Streets are safer and more walkable. Public spaces are upgraded, and over 50 years of underground infrastructure have been replaced in partnership with CUC, Water Authority, and telecoms. Georgetown is once again becoming a vibrant destination. Subsea cable. The submarine cable modernization project is coming to Parliament on the 10th of December. and will deliver a new state-of-the-art fiber system, strengthening the bandwidth and reliability and national resilience. This is not an optional. It is an essential for financial service, the healthcare, education, aviation, and national security. Mr. Chair, one that I thought, pretty much everybody thought would never come to light. And I see some smiles on the other side, are probably happy to see that the government is committed to the NICE program. Mr. Chair, NICE provides temporary employment for the community pride and skills development, and we are adding training and pathways to full-time opportunities. This winter program opens up on the 1st of December to the 12th. This is the empowerment of our people, not charity. Mr. Chair, I just want to go on a little bit more on the NICE program, just to go off topic, but Mr. Chair, this year, when the NICE program is started, the plans are to share that data with the Minister for Unemployment, for all of the Cayman employment, sorry. I do apologize for that, for Cayman employment, so that he could actually go out to try to make sure that we get a lot of these individuals, a lot of Cayman people that are on the NICE program, off of the program, and into a full-time job. Mr. Chair, the NICE program is going to be used as a stepping stone for to get these individuals to the next stage when it comes to a full-time job. Mr. Chair, when it comes to parks, the environmental center and the community centers, Peace Bay Park and the Cayman Public Beach is moving forward with the Peace Bay Park, I am told, which should be out for its final inspection. Hopefully by time we have this, I wouldn't say by time we have it done this week, but hopefully we can finish by this week, by Friday, so that the member for Bordentown West will be happy to know that full power will be, East, sorry, will be there, and we can finally open a park that is, I saw that I think will be heavily used in the Bordentown area. I can see people already is using it pretty much every single day. It's a beautiful beach out there, and we look forward to turning the power on and doing the official opening with everybody to be welcome that day with us. The Youth Center at the Scranton, Mr. Chair, is also one that we are looking forward to having open. The Northwood Community Center is something that I am looking forward to commence to the next stage, and it's just awaiting the funding. These spaces strengthen the families and the communities and the national pride. Our standards, our duty to the future. Under the watch, we will not lower the standards. They protect our people and our reputation. Cayman will always build strong, enforce properly, and plan wisely. A nation of builders, Caymanians at heart, 1,094 staff, the backbone of the ministry, serves with the dedication, pride, and skills. They are Caymanians, nation builders of all. Mr. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Chair, no, not to get a different one now. Mr. Chair, funding is not an expense. It is an investment in every home built, anchors for family. Every road built connects opportunities. Every seed planted strengthens the sovereignty, and every project completed builds Cayman's future. We are not waiting for tomorrow. We are building it today with vision, with integrity, and with heart. One people, one purpose, one Cayman, building the future together. Mr. Chair, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to bringing my speech down from 2 hours to 30 minutes, but I just thought it would be nice to be able to cover just about everything. But also, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, quickly, I have made copies for the opposition out of transparency for every line item that I have, so that they can have and see everything that's there. I have nothing to hide because it's not my money, it is our money. So, Chris, can you just hand this round to them? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you for the additional information that you've provided to members of the committee. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me also echo this, just having a quick glance. This is very useful. We were just handed, Mr. Chair, through you, sir, to the honourable member. Would the honourable member mind expounding a bit on under DVES, he spoke to the National Bus Depot and Maintenance Facility?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Chair, some of the modernization that we are looking at with updating the bus depots and wanting to look at how we can enhance the bus routes and creating new bus stops. And as some of you may have seen, there's a new transition happening at the Savannah area where there's going to be another bus depot location there. We are going to try to see how we can plan where DBS can help facilitate maybe some of the works in there when it comes to bringing together some of these operations that we are looking at when it comes to PTU, when it comes to license department, DVDS, bringing them all under one roof, one location, instead of having a unit out by itself. So caucus, or cabinet, I would say, has just approved a paper recently for us to start to look at how we look at all of our authorities about bringing them together and seeing value for money under one roof. So that's when I mentioned that, that's where that is that maybe PTU could be sitting in that area.
Honourable Leader.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you to the Honourable Minister. Just a plea to the Honourable Minister, and I probably will repeat it again later on, but Godfrey Nixon Park in the Washington Boulevard area, otherwise known as Swamp, this park, Mr. Chairman, through you, is heavily used by the community. Rotary has an event there for the community. All of our community meetings are held there. And there were plans developed in 2020, 2021. I think they may have even gotten planning permission for a bathroom block area where they can serve food, and also to update the playground. Been begging every budget since then, and I just ask, I'm pleading, I guess, at this point, understanding that the Washington Boulevard Rock Hole area, there's not much public space that isn't already either a parking lot or surrounded by a fence with a padlock on it, and pleading with the government to pay some attention to this area for me.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the member for Georgetown North, Mr. Hugh, I know has brought that to my attention about upgrading the park with new swings and slides and whatever else that we could actually put there that the park needed. So Chair, I can commit to Mr. Hugh that I will take on that task to look at that for him. As Mr. Hugh knows, recently, he mentioned to me that he needed help with a playground set and stuff in another location in Georgetown North, and I assisted him with that. So I have no problem in looking at that and getting that completed for you, sir. That will be further down in the budget coming out of one of the EAs. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I thank the Honourable Minister, and yes, I'd like to publicly thank him on behalf of the Georgetown Primary PTA for the playground that he provided for the school. It was very much appreciated and well needed.
Honorable Member for Georgetown Central and Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to our amazing civil servants. It's great to see you all. Minister, I want to say thank you so much for such a wonderful, detailed presentation of the vision and plans that you have within the ministry from a policy perspective on your behalf of your administration. I think this is exactly what many of us have been waiting for, and naturally I'm quite happy. There's not much here for me to complain about. I don't think there is anything in here. Maybe one little thing, because you know me.
Thank God.
But I want to take this opportunity to highlight and thank the Honourable Minister for not allowing the temptation of politics to get in the way of what he describes rightfully to say these spaces strengthen families, communities, and national pride. In his statement when he referred to parks. Sadly for me, the Central Scranton Park was a political football, but he never, even when the government was formed, made that get in the way of things and committed to the completion of it, and it's working well. I want to say that he's been a very strong minister in supporting the updates and progress with where things are going, and looking forward on behalf of the good people of Georgetown Central to have it open in January, which I know the whole country will appreciate, because it's not only for Central, it's for every Caymanian and those who live in this country. So with that being said, Mr. Chairman, I want to ask the Minister publicly today that he knows the components of the Central Scranton Park consist of 4 main areas: the multipurpose court, the senior center, the youth center, and all the rest of the property around it that makes up the park itself. There are 3 persons I would like to recommend those 3 areas be considered to be named after. And I think once I've said the names, persons would understand why. First, the senior center. I'm asking the government today to publicly name the senior center after the Honorable Lucille Seymour, former MP of Parliament, a woman who contributed all of her life or most of her life, to the support of our seniors in our country. She still is active today on the Seniors Council and continues to give support to that. And I think it would be honorable while she continues to do that to highlight her by naming the senior center after her. Secondly, the youth center after the Honorable former Minister Frank McField, who was one of the first members to take the risk in what was perceived to be a difficult neighborhood and bringing youth activities in the heart of Martin Drive, heart of Central, when many other people didn't want to come into our neighborhood. He tried with a music program, worked for the term that he was in, and then the administration after that canceled it. I think his commitment to youth and the social development should not go unnoticed, and I would like for the government to name the youth center after the Honorable Frank Macfield, Dr. Frank Macfield. Thank you. Thirdly, Mr. Chairman, the multipurpose court, most of us in this House know the former, who's unfortunately no longer here with us, one second. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I get some information correct. I gave a commitment when I was minister, expecting to be back in charge of the park. The Lord has different plans, but He's left me with a lifeline of a friend who's now the minister for the park. And we announced in our opening that we would name the multipurpose court after Mr. Maxwell Seymour, who many Caymanians know who are no longer with us, but is a key component to the sporting programs in Georgetown and the Greater Cayman Islands for many, many decades. And as a symbol of remembrance, I'm asking this administration to support the naming of the multipurpose court after his memory. With that being said, Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to take advantage of this time any further. I look forward to getting some further clarity by way of questioning through each particular line item. But again, I want to say thank you to the Honourable Minister for his layout of his ministry's plans, and this is all that we were all asking for, and I look forward to the further proceedings of the questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Member from Red Bay. Oh, sorry, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair.
Requests have been made.
Yes. Mr. Chair, through you, I just want to give my pledge back to the member Georgetown Central that I will make sure that the government looks at naming that senior center after Ms. Lucille Seymour and the youth center after Dr. Frank Macfield, and that multipurpose court after Mr. Maxwell Seymour.
Is he the one that called Mackie?
Yes.
Member representing Red Bay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Through to the Minister. Mr. Minister, I also want to add my congrats and appreciation for the information provided, and I'm very happy to hear that the next program is on the agenda. Could you expand a bit on, you mentioned the adoption of ICC 2021 for building codes, and you noted that we won't be lowering our standards, which I know that's the case, but a concern sometimes when we change building codes, it drives up cost. So could you speak to that a little bit, if you could, please?
Mr. Chair, through you, sure. Mr. Chair, the new adoption of the new codes is something that is rarely needed in the construction industry. It will not drive up the cost of construction, but it will actually enhance, and actually, especially in the electrical and the fire side of things, there's a big improvement on that side. When it comes to the new codes, when we went to the IC Code Council in, I'm trying to remember the year, maybe 2 years ago, and we had the talks with them, and their recommendations was that we go to the 2021 revision, not the more newer modern, because there's always tweaks and stuff that they need to iron out of the codes on the newer ones. And 2021 was a code, as a ICC code, was perfectly set out, and we've actually went out to a lot of the stakeholders already, and they know that this code is actually coming into effect. And I have not personally heard back from anybody saying that we should not be doing this or anything like that. There's, truthfully to say, there's no contractor came back to me and says we're going down the wrong path with the new codes.
Member from Red Bay, MP Roy Tatum, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the member for that And I'm sure that being the type of individual he is, he will have that cost element in his mind as this progresses through, to make sure that despite what may be being said now, that we don't end up driving up costs. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, sir.
Member from Bordentown East, MP Dwayne John Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're very kind. The minister, I heard the minister refer to the Peace Bay Park to be completed shortly and hopefully to be fully opened this month, God's willing. I think I'd indicated to the minister that we wanted the park named after Mr. Loxley Watler. And I've spoken to the family already. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, yes, indeed, the member for Bordentown East has mentioned that to me, that he would like to see the park named as Mr. Loxley Watler Park. I don't see where that would be of any, where the government would have any problems with that. So everything should be okay with that, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Member from Bordentown East continuing.
Yeah, just to say, give some context that Mr. Watler actually is a former resident of that for many, many years and managed that property for a long, long time.
Are there any other questions on PH1? Mr. Saunders.
Mr. Chair.
Member from Bordentown East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of PH1, the east-west arterial, can the minister give us a start date?
Yeah, I didn't. I thought this was all in my way. I noticed there was something else on the Mr. Saunders, member from Bordentown West.
You have opened on PH1 now, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, as you're aware, I had filed an amendment to reduce PH1 in 2026 and 2027 for $1 for each year. And thus, we have come to some agreement in terms of a format going forward. One of the things, Mr. Chairman, I didn't get a chance to thank you, was for your excellent presentation in regards to the budget. I think it was very professional, it was very technical, and like anything else, I found it very inspiring. And surprisingly, Mr. Chairman, it was your presentation that actually inspired me to file these amendments, for the simple fact that after hearing such a wonderful story and and you painted such a beautiful picture, I expected your other colleagues to do the same, and that's the reason why I filed it, because I wanted to hear all the wonderful stuff that the minister is also doing. So in that way, I'm very happy. I've spoken to the minister about it, and I told him I just needed to hear what it is. But, Mr. Chairman, on a broader note, and this is for all members of the Finance Committee and the listening public, it is very important for us in this parliament that while we may have political disagreements, that we never, ever, ever play politics with the finances and the budgets of this country. If you go through a lot of the Caribbean islands, and I mean, whether it be Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, St. Lucia, anyone, those islands started taking a different pathway the minute that they crossed that political line with regards to the country's finances. And I will encourage all members, if they want to really understand how dangerous this is, there was a presentation that was done by Bruce Golden, former Prime Minister of Jamaica, on the 60th anniversary of the Bank of Jamaica, that outlined where Jamaica went wrong in terms of their economy. And for the members listening, I just want to remind them that the very Cayman Islands dollar that we have today, that is 80 cents to the US, came from when we used the Jamaican dollar, and the Jamaican dollar was 80 cents to the US. In other words, at one point, the Jamaican dollar was stronger than the US dollar, and look where it is today. So the presentation that Bruce Golden outlined showed the steps that Jamaica took and the path that they went down that they have never been able to recover from. And this is why I said what I said in the SPS debate, that we may have our political differences, but we need to draw the line on some items. And the country finances cannot be one of them for political football. Because we have international rating agencies, we have competitors, we have different people that do this. And we can't afford to ever open that door. And I am going to state right now at the start of this finance committee, while I do expect that there will be questions, I expect it to at least remain politically neutral to some extent, and we don't get into that because I'll be holding every member, regardless of where they sit, government or opposition, to task if I kind of detect that. So I am making that pledge here today. So with that said, Mr. Chairman, I will withdraw the amendment that I made that asks that the Ed PH1 be reduced by $1 for 26 and 27 in respect of advice and support to the Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. And I'll ask the members in this Honorable Finance Committee to support that motion in terms of withdrawing that amendment for that $1. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, member and committee. You are able to move or do whatever you please with a motion that's under your name. We need no second, or you withdrawn it, so it's
yep, so I'm withdrawing the motion.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions on PH1? Any further?
Yes. Okay. I have questions on PH1. Mr.
Member for Borden Down West.
Yeah. One of the things, Mr. Chairman, as I'm going through PH1, I recognize that this ministry also deals with the government's properties that they actually own. And I noticed that in the financial statements presented under the new, under the accounting rules, that the government has to recognize the lease liability. And I noticed that the total lease liability recognized for all of the government leases is in excess of $73 million that has to be amortized over a period of years. That is a very large amount of money that pretty much represents the government entire lease payment commitments. And from that standpoint, Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honorable Minister, is there any plans to build another government building? Because I can tell you right now, $73 million in lease commitment is a lot of money, and that's another building right there. So with that said, that's my, my first question.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I want to thank the member for that question. Mr. Chair, he may have heard a few weeks ago that I mentioned on the radio that, yes, we recognize that we need a new government building, and yes, we are going to be looking at going through the steps that we need for the design phase and the going out to do the business case and stuff for a new administration building and the location. So Chair, just going by the time of it, but again, we do have funding in there to be able to start the steps that we need. But the new building, once the business case is done and where we're at, I can tell you by doing these business cases now, usually takes average about 2 to 3 years before we will get to that stage there, right? But if there's anyhow we can speed it up, I know it's my team that knows how to speed things up and get things done. So, yeah, we are committed to looking at a new administration building. And hopefully, if I have my way, sir, I would love to bring the capital back to Borden Town.
Mr. Chairman, I really that's a very good news. And through Mr. Chairman to the Honourable Minister, is that the government does have large parcels of land already located in Borden Town. And if you were to do a quick, I guess, survey, and I guess we can always check with the DG in terms of the amount of public servants that are hired within the eastern districts of Borden Town, east and the north side, I think it will probably say it will make great sense to the country to actually move the other building. Now, I know West Bay, I know the minister would like to very much see it in West Bay, but I think from a staff standpoint, or staffing standpoint, I think more employees within the public service are within the eastern districts, and I think that would actually make a more stronger case. And you already own land already in the eastern districts that can probably take a new government admin building.
Mr. Chairman.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along the lines of my colleague member asking about the leasing agreement, I do know that right before we demitted office in government, the Royal Commands Police Service leased something square, I can't remember, it's called, on the corner of One Technology Square. Thank you so much, Minister. But we've yet to see anybody in the building. That's where the Royal Commands Police Service was supposed to be moving to. I was quite excited because I think it could use some police presence there in that corner. And I'm hoping that there are some people in there because it's now November and that lease agreement was signed, I think, early part of this year, right? Because if not, we've been spending almost a year's worth of rent for nothing. Can the minister inform us as to, because it's a lease agreement on the Crown, whether you can have anybody or even some member of his team explain to us what happened in respect to it?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the police is not under me, so I'm not able to answer that question. I don't know whether the police have moved in. If there's anybody else that can answer that question directly, but I don't know. Maybe I would say that the member for Georgetown Central save the question for when the that line item comes up for the police, and maybe somebody then can answer that for him.
Mr. Chairman, I'm hoping to be very kind to my colleague today and not go into all the other line items. That's why I'm trying to generalize most of my questions on the policy, so I don't have to wait till other line items, like particularly lands, because lands should know whether or not the persons who's leased it is occupying it.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, we would have did the lease agreement. I can't guarantee whether the police actually moved in or whether they are doing some fit-out renovation into it or what's happening there, or if they have one person in there into One Technology Square building. I just don't know.
Member, if we could wait
until
until
question
we
for somebody from the police department.
Look for appropriations to the Commissioner of Police, well, through the Premier, for budgetary purposes.
All right, we'll move on from that. Yeah. Move on to the next question. From a policy perspective, can the minister just, I know he spoke in his opening statements to better security and safety on our roads, which I'm very, very happy to hear. Can he say if there's a policy provision change or intent in respect to these electric scooters that seems to be terrorizing the roads of this country? Is there anything that he can add further than what he said from a policing perspective, and not policing in the sense of police officers, but maybe in legislation, regulation through DVDL or National Roads Authority. Maybe the right word I'm looking for is enforcement. Can you give us any indication in respect to policy positions on that?
Honorable Minister, can you speak to the electric vehicle?
I think he's talking about scooters are not vehicles. Mr. Chair, I can tell you that this is something that just recently we were talking about, and it's something that we're looking at making the necessary, whether it's legislation or regulation changes in the near future when it comes to e-bikes being on the road. It's been a concern. I know the police have concerns about them. I know a lot of the, I hear it pretty much every day from individuals driving with their concerns when it comes to these e-bikes on the road. So in the future, there will be some changes coming to them, whether they have to be licensed and insured, or whether there's something else. We'll be able to give a more update on that in the new year.
Mr. Chairman, can the minister give us a better timeline than the new year? I apologize, but the new year is...
I would say first quarter, sir.
First quarter.
First quarter.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, to you again. Can I ask the Honourable Minister and PAH1, which deals with support and advice to the minister, but also to his ministry, is the policy position of the government that you've allocated enough monies to offer all the hard-working employees that work within the ministry, the departments, authority, and government-owned companies that fall under you, the necessary COLA that will be needed over the next 2 years? Is monies included in your budget for that?
Mr. Chair,
can I clarify the question? Are you asking if the COLA that was previously approved is in these budgetary statements?
Let me clarify. You're right. Obviously, that would be in there for salaries. I'm talking about, does the government intend to have any other further increases, cost of living adjustments over the next 2-year period? And if so, have they budgeted for the money to be within the relevant budgets?
That's not a question for the Honourable Minister responsible for planning and for PLAHI, but it's safe to say that in this particular budget, there is no allocations for any COLA.
In this particular allocation or across all the budget?
In this budget, 2026 and 2027, this appropriation bill, there are no allocations for an additional COLA.
Thank you.
Member for... Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not finished yet. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're right to say that the DG is responsible for the employees, but I dare say that we are responsible for the monies that are allocated to the payment. So we can ask that question, and the minister should be aware of it. But I'll move on to the authorities and government-owned companies upon which the DG has nothing to do with. Has the minister have any budget allocations in there for cost of living adjustments for Port Authority, Cayman Islands Airports Authority, or the National Housing Development Trust, which are government-owned companies?
Just for the sake of clarity, there is no allocation in this appropriation bill for a COLA across the entire public sector.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move on from the cost of living question now on to one other area. I'm just, if you would allow, I'm trying to just deal with all the questions in PAHI because I was hoping that we could...
Proceed, member, proceed.
Yes? Okay.
Just to say that some colleagues are lined up to ask some questions as well.
Okay. I'll stop after this one and allow some other members to ask. Can the minister give us a briefing as to the National Housing Development Trust was unfortunately in some issues in the news recently with supplies of, I think it was bathtubs, which created much controversy within other media houses. Can the minister give any clarity to, or is there any update to ensure that everything is now okay with the National Development Housing Trust and the supply chain for the affordable housing?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I feel like we're all over the board here. We're not sticking to PH1. There are NHT4, NHT5, NHT6, NHT7, NHT26, where those questions could be answered and asked. There, I just don't, I don't know where we're at right now. We're all over. Are we at PH1 or what are we doing?
Honourable Minister, it's a good question. I did just confer with the Honourable Leader of the Opposition if the stated position by the Deputy Leader of questioning the entire ministry and then taking a block vote was the position, so I wasn't sure.
If you don't want to do it that way, then that's fine.
But, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we were mindful to take a block vote on this ministry. On these appropriations. We just had a couple of questions that arose from the state met and some that we wanted clarification before we did that.
So having said that then, Honourable Minister, I think that would be, it's appropriate for them to ask the various output groups. Lady member from Bordentown, Cayman Brack East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love Bordentown, but of all of the districts, I love Cayman Brack the best. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, I was trying to get your attention because I did have an opportunity when I asked for the statement to peruse it and wrap my head around it, speak with the colleagues. Obviously, there's a leader who's in agreement as well as the rest. I've had an opportunity to also look at the explanations, and there's one or two deviations that have been increased, but I know the minister well. If he hasn't got enough money, he knows quite well, but he's very able civil service how to get more money. And I believe that it would be remiss of me to sit here and pontificate. And as a result of that, I'd like to put the question on the Honourable Minister's financial allocations. May it please you and others.
Thank you very much for that very useful intervention. And so in accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve all the items on the schedule to the bill as it relates to the minister responsible for planning, lands, agriculture, housing and infrastructure, namely PH1.
Mr. Chairman,
You can do that.
we had more questions on PH1.
Oh,
But
good try though. It was lucky Thursday. But thank you very much, Lady Member. I think we'll get back to that point soon. Member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honourable Minister, and this deals directly on PH1 with the ministry and governance. One of the questions I was curious about was on Port Authority, where I noticed in their financial statements that their revenues pretty much remain flat, but the expenses are basically going up. And I noticed from the Port Authority's financial statement that one of the numbers that jumped out the most to me was on page 780 of the ownership agreement that speaks to other personnel costs. And just for members present and listening public, In 2024, the actual was $239,615. And then for 2025, it was forecasted to go up to $871,722. And then in 2026, $942,000 and change. And then in 2027, over $1 million in other personnel costs. And I was just curious as to what was the driving force behind that increase. And then from the ministry standpoint, from a governance standpoint, are they aware of it? One, and two, what does it relate to?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, give me 1 minute, sir.
So he was specifically contemplating on that line and asking, what is it?
Is it driving that?
Yeah, what is it going from here to here? Basically, other, you can have anything hidden in there.
Oh, the increase is, I thought he said 400.
So he's saying, yeah.
Members, while we await, there was a motion actually put to the committee, and so we can't continue in good form with a motion having been put. The lady member from Cayman Brac East actually did put the motion that we take the output groups to the minister in block. Yeah, she did actually move that motion. And so Honorable Minister, are you or your team in a position to answer the question, or need more time?
Mr. Chair, if we can just give them a few more minutes.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, I'll take that question or the response to that question offline and not hold up the committee because there's a lot of work to get done. With that said, I have no more questions on PH1. I'll take that. I'll do that offline during the break or something.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize.
Members,
okay, Mr. Chairman.
We'll keep this simple and in good form. A motion was put to vote for the output groups to be purchased by the Honourable Minister for Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure in block. All those in favour of taking them in block, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it. We will continue questions to the Honourable Minister responsible for Planning, Lands, Agriculture and Infrastructure.
Mr. Chairman, can I, if you would give leeway here. Mr. Chairman, I
ask for division now. Jeez.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're going against convention here, you know. Because if you think about the logic of a motion of such in Finance Committee, the government will always have the numbers, right? If the government was to propose a motion on every single ministry to say to vote in block, we'll never get any questions in here. That's against convention. Now, if all members of opposition are in support, to support the minister to allow a vote block, then that is acceptable. It cannot be based on numbers in Finance Committee, and we are all aware of that. Now, granted, I am very, very willing to allow the minister to have a large block vote because I don't have a lot of questions on the rest of them. And because PAH1 speaks about policy, you can almost ask pretty much any question under that line item. Pretty much. Not all, pretty much. And I think the intent was to ask questions that kind of touch around all of these areas in that line item, and once those questions are done, happy to take the block vote after that. That's general rules. So if we open up that door, we can be again jeopardizing the democratic process of this parliament. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Can member from Bordentown West?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Well, as the Mr. Brian noted before, in the past, what we normally do is we'll exhaust most questions on PH1, which is very broad, and then after that, we will normally do the rest of the items in block vote because many of the questions would already been answered there. You know, so for example, take planning applications, for example. I have questions with regards to management of planning application, which would be on PH 14. But again, from a ministry standpoint, I can ask that in PH 1, then I don't have to repeat the question in PH 14. And the question that I have through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Honourable Minister, is with regards to planning notifications. Now, we saw a recent ruling by the Ombudsman in that regard. And what I want to know, is there any policy or any changes now in light of the Ombudsman ruling and in terms of how people are notified within planning for applications, within a lot of events in the community? Is the government now looking to make any changes? And if so, what are those changes?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I am just looking back at my speech here, and one of the things that I mentioned in the speech was about improving the title accuracy and digitalizing the mapping system and modernizing the land transactions. Mr. Chair, the way the member spoke about the ruling from the Ombudsman about planning, Mr. Chair, it is not only when it comes, that's not just a planning thing. Planning does what they are in-law is told to do, the members, the developers, whether the contractors, homeowners, but we need to update our land registry and make sure that people are doing their side by updating the system themselves when they're making changes. And the old ways of asking for fax machine numbers and all kind of P.O. box, we need to update that system where it is more electronic, and that is something that we're looking for from the lands and service side of how we streamline that. So now when people have to be notified, you know, the accuracy is a lot better. We can almost account that people are getting their notifications. But for right now, it is saying that your notifications, you're mailed out, they go to P.O. boxes. Some people change their P.O. box and don't update the system. When someone goes to Lands and Survey and they're asking for the radius of 500 feet in radius, whatever, how many people are in that radius, they're getting the contact information for that people, what the government has for them, and they're mailing it out to that P.O. box number. Some of them are going to be coming back because nobody's picking them up. Some people, mailboxes have changed. And it is a thing that me, myself, had to do. Because at one point in time, when I first bought my first property, I had a different mailing address on that property, and I had to go in and update my own property back to make sure that I would be notified. So it's not just an aspect from what the government has to do, but the people themselves to have them come in and make sure that all of their information is accurate, because if you are not providing accurate information and we are mailing stuff out to you, I mean, who is it to blame then? Right? I mean, so yes, we have our part that need to play, but the society has their part that they're going to have to play too with updating their credentials on when it comes to their land documents and how we deal with that.
Honourable Member, continuing.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the Honourable Minister for that response. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Honourable Minister, one of the things that I know the Minister was passionate about was people being able to add on, at least going back to the 10% rule, where you could add on 10% of your the square footage of your house without going through the long planning process. I think the Minister had indicated to me that they had probably made some progress in that regard, and I wonder if he can provide this Honourable House and the listening public with an update with regards to how people can now go about adding on to their property without a lot of that red tape.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, that's correct. We did look at that, and there is ways that you can actually do that. We're going to be putting together a comms package, kind of a walkthrough, basic, so people know exactly what they have to do to add that 10% on. There are going to be matters that we still have to look at because, Mr. Chair, one thing we need to make sure that we learn when we seen Melissa just cross with the large size hurricane, we want to make sure that whoever is adding on to their home is doing it properly and safe. Safety is the number one, and we want to make sure that whatever you're connecting to, it's being connected properly. Your roof trusses are being done. You got the hurricane straps in the right place. We want to make sure that's safe. It is not. So I don't want people to think that planning is a red tape, but planning is a tool for your safety to make sure that you are that when you have a hurricane blowing, that you can almost be guaranteed that you have someone that have came and inspected your place to make sure that your contractor had did the right thing. Because there are shady contractors out there. There are shady contractors. We've seen them, and we know them, and I can tell you there are going to be some changes coming down the road with those shady contractors too. We're going to hold them accountable. So, Mr. Chair, there are processes and steps. My comms team will be rolling out a whole step of how you can actually apply for that 10% and how we can work. But there are going to be phases, and we're going to try to make it as easy as possible. Right? I know, because I know sometimes we throw a lot of red tape at a lot of things. We put a lot of bureaucracy in front of it, and then it kind of just fades away. People say it's not worth it. They don't want to come into the department to do it, whatever. But we are going to try to make sure that as streamlined, as easy as possible, and continue to do it. So you can do it now, but there's just steps that you have to go through. Because the last thing I want to do is to know that somebody added on a 10% onto their home, and the next hurricane come through, everybody, the roof is gone, and we got dead people in that house because of what? Because of one shoddy contractor that was not inspected and certified by the planning department. That's what the planning department is there for, to make sure that the life and safety of our people is there and make sure that we're keeping up the codes up to date on everything that they're doing.
And I'll have just one more question and I give others a break. One of the things you had mentioned, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Honorable Minister, one of the things you had mentioned was in your presentation or your opening remarks was the local codes. Will be a requirement now in terms of local certification? Because one of the things I do have a problem with is a lot of these overseas architects and so forth doing work that Caymanian architects should be doing, and then we see buildings now can't get approved and pass because the work was done overseas and they completely lost track of everything. And I'm not going to get into the names, but it's something that I spoke about offline. So is there a certification in process for that?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, we can talk about this one all day long, I can tell you. The member for Borden West has spoken to me before about this, and I can tell you this is something that my Chief Officer, Deputy Chief Officer Tristan, and Mr. Haroon Pandui has started to look at and also prepare on how we are going to be able to look at to make this a lot better going forward and bubble a whole lot more of these contractors and architects a lot more accountable. I do agree with you that I do not believe that a firm overseas should be doing all and getting all of the money, doing all of these big buildings while our architects here are suffering. So whether they have to be coming through the local architects to be able to get, or whether the local architects are outsourcing that and it's coming and it's funneling coming back through them, that's how I would love to see that done, because again, we want to make sure that. And that's one of the main things of updating the new codes, right? Is because now what we're doing is we're taking the codes that we've always relied on, the Miami-Dade codes, but we're taking our regulations and putting it together and creating the first Cayman Islands codes. So now we have a book, and I think it'll be electronic now going forward. So it'll be much better. So now, and streamlining it, hopefully. We'll be able to get this AI program plugged into it so that when you can ask the tech, you can go in and ask update for sections of the code and it'll be able to reference back to you. This is something that we've been working on for the past 2-3 years, and we're almost at a goalpost now with having the codes finish, and then now we can get it start to plug into the system. So I can tell you once that is done, that is one phase. The second phase then is actually starting to hold these contractors accountable, with actually be able to come up with more stricter regulations and rules on how they are. And we were maybe even looking at some kind of appeals body or something that people can have an avenue to report contractors to without just going directly to courts. But it will take more legislation changes to happen, but also now giving the planning department more accountability over the top of contractors, where the planning department starts to issue the trade and business license for contractors, where then we could actually be able to revoke that, or if we're not going to go down that road, where we could be able to issue some kind of caution or certificate down to the trade and business license, where they can seize these contractors and hold them and penalize them going forward for the work that they've been, the shady work that they're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the Minister for that. I'll take a break now to give others an opportunity.
Member from Borden Down East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whilst we spoke about building a new government building, preferably in the former capital, Borden Town, what are the plans for the glass house?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, when it comes to this glass house, we have so many mixed views on the glass house. Half of the people said tear it down, half of the people said renovate it, some people said just leave it as it is, some people said they want to see it into a national park, some people said they want to see it into a museum. Mr. Chair, I think my team has started to take a look at the glass house of how maybe we actually renovate maybe the bottom floor of the glass house and be able to have it into a historic museum area where people can walk in and see some of the artifacts and some of the pictures and stuff of the buildings of the yesteryears and stuff like that. It will have to be a cross-ministry approach where we do all the heavy lifting, all the work, and then I'll give the car on to my member from social development and youth, sports, and culture, then where they could actually start to fit it out more for the artifacts that they have so that people can start to see things that we have on display, not just having them sit down in a warehouse or parked in some corner somewhere. So that's kind of what we're looking for right now for the bottom floor of the glass house.
Honourable member continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the minister for that answer. I know it's not an easy one. Decision to make. I myself want to see it remain because as it is now, people still refer to administration, the new building, as the glass house. So, Mr. Chair, on to PH1, trying to encapsulate everything under this, and food and nutrition security policy. And I want to ask the minister if we have come to some agreement. I know the minister was gung-ho on Central and South America in terms of produce and vegetables. Have we changed the policy on when we can start pursuing this?
Mr. Chair, through you, the food and nutrition policy is moving along very well. Mr. Chair, if you first off, I want to just thank the new director of the Agriculture Department, Mr. Wilbur Welcome. He has been very forceful on moving the department forward, and especially in the food and nutrition side. And we're also looking at areas where if places are already approved to go into the U.S., where we wouldn't have to pre-approve them again. No, and then I think in the first part of the year, there's 1 or 2 trips that are supposed to be made to go down back into South America again to be able to open back up with a lot of our vendors and the chambers of commerce to get them back down there to look at stuff and how we're going to be able to move up. But the logistics part is something that we've always have to work out very carefully because that's the biggest part of getting anything out of South America. We've started some of the logistic parts out of Honduras, which was actually coming out of from Roatan in San Pedro Sula. There was a ship that was coming up here, but what we need to do is get our vendors starting to buy from there. Some of our vendors want to look at areas of Colombia, whereas that we could actually buy more food, and not only that, also building materials. We do have a ship that goes from Colombia. The minister from Colombia was probably here maybe a year ago that spoke to us about, and they're happy to do trading links between the Cayman Islands and Colombia. And they have a direct ship that sails into Kingston Harbor from Colombia that they would actually, then we could actually look at offloading in Kingston and then coming to Grand Cayman. So it's more or less getting the logistics right for our people. So it is listening to our vendors out there, the supermarkets, those that sell all of the hardware, and hearing where they think they can go to get the best product from for the best value, and then we helping them try to figure out the logistics part of it and the consolidating part, because that's another thing, is that consolidation is a big thing especially from the food side of things. Is the one thing is that the vendors, food vendors always talk about is that when they call to the U.S. and if they need 100 of one thing, they can order 100 of one thing and get that, and they can have it here very quickly. Right? So, and consistency is another thing that was complained about one time back when they were using South America. But hopefully we can get those kinks out so we can get fresher products here, because we do know a lot of the products that are coming to the Cayman Islands is coming from South America, but going into the U.S. and then repackaging and then coming back to Cayman Islands. So there's probably sometimes 2 weeks of shipping on the sea, and then also God knows how long it's sitting in containers at the wharves.
Thank you.
Honourable
very
Member,
much.
continuing.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Just moving on, I thank the Minister for that answer. And I think that's going in the right direction. I wanted to ask a question to the Minister in terms of the Bodden Town District, which consists actually of Savannah, Newlands, Bodden Town West, Bodden Town East. I think it's the largest stretch of frontal land that you actually are seeing from Spots Newlands all the way up to Frank Sound Junction. And I know the Minister have heard me spoke about this already in terms of the upkeep in terms of a grass cutter. I don't know what the schedule is now and how many grass cutters that we have at NRA, but I've been asking for Bodden Town to have its own centralized team, that it's done constantly, because I know the member for Savannah's, in terms of beautification, has been on this, but I think we will get less complaints in doing so. Although whenever you cut, it brings out the garbage that people throw out their cars, and which is sad. But if the Minister can, I'd like to know how many grass cutters we have. I don't know. So.
Mr. Chair, through you, I think we are close to having almost one grass cutter per district right now. And then we also need to have one on spare, or maybe two on spare, because those grass cutters do have their challenges of when they're cutting and the flares getting damaged. The flares, when I mention the flares, is actually the rotor blades that are on them. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, sorry, it is something that I have been pushing to grow that fleet, because I do believe that every district needs to have at least two cutters in the area. But not only the cutters, but some of you may have seen recently that we've purchased these little vacuum trucks that actually come behind the cutters. So once the cutter is finished cutting the side of the roads, the vacuum truck is behind there, actually just vacuuming up all the debris and then also picking up all the garbage at the same time. I want to continue to get NRA to make investments into those trucks also, so that we are able to keep one or two of those in every district. And that, because, yeah, we'll make sure we get one for the BRACs too. I got to keep my colleague from the BRAC happy. But yes, the roadside cleanup trucks are moving along. I think just maybe 2 weeks ago they were in the Bodden Town area. If you want, I can provide the schedule for you on where those trucks are afterwards, and locations that they're doing and what times they're going to be cutting in Bodden Town. Please keep in mind, as you said, Bodden Town stretches from Bodden Town to Savannah to Frank Sound. So it is a mass area. So they could be just about anywhere in that location. But yes, we do try to keep one directly in Bodden Town all the time, because there's so many side roads and stuff that have to be cut. But again, I'll definitely make the commitment to this House that we are going to be looking at expanding that fleet and trying to get more of the vacuum trucks. We've tried two different ones. One is a manual one where one guy actually gets out and just walks around with a vacuum and just kind of picks up everything. And then we've bought a smaller one, which is like a golf cart almost, with a vacuum on it, where the driver just sits in it and he doesn't have to get out. He just moves the snorkel up and down, and it picks up all the debris as he go along. I come to find that I think that one moves a lot faster, and it's a lot easier on the men out there. So I think that may be the test trial that we've did with both of them, and it's working out. But I will hear more from the director, Edward Howell, on which one he think has been working out better. But I can guarantee you that is something that I've taken on, an approach of trying to keep the roads as clean as possible, because we've been hearing about garbage all over the roads. And that's one of my pet peeves, is that I always keep saying, is that every time I come out of Frank Sound on a Monday, I see nothing but litter all over the road, right? And again, it's something that I'm trying to enhance, and putting some garbage bins through my area that I'm going to be looking at purchasing separately for myself. But we're going to be expanding the fleet. So the commitment is there to you, sir.
Thank you. I don't have much more, but I have a few.
Okay.
In terms of, I'll just ask one more, and then I'll give my colleague a chance. In terms of management of the parks that we have, especially, I mean, we have Cowood Beach, which is a massive beach. We now have the new Peace Bay property, which is a massive beach again, beautiful, you know, aesthetically and otherwise. And then we have the camping grounds, and then we just bought more property there. And then we have the Governor Russell Beach. I'm thinking, you know, we really need these properties managed by someone. I mean, even one person could manage them, but I think if you can remember, just a few months ago, we had to actually repair the roof at the Cowood Beach bathrooms. I think we had to change them from sheetrock to wood to ensure that a repeat of what happened didn't come again. But, you know, we're building these beautiful properties and we're not putting anyone there to manage them. But we need, I don't know if that's on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, through you, I just want to thank the member for George Bordentown East for the question. It is something that I have been looking at, and I can say it is something that is a review that we're looking at how we look at our parks. We are going to be looking at whether we need more park rangers, especially with the PLC side of it, adding members to, especially to 7 Mile Beach down there, of having people clean the restrooms daily and having the garbage picked up. I was just come back from Puerto Rico on that FCCA conference, and I can tell you that was some of the #1 things that we got some complaints about, was how some of the garbage that was there, but also how some of the place was being kept down there. And we've committed to them that we are going to be able to enhance the 7 Mile Beach Park and put more individuals there to take care of that, but also looking at every single park in each district and how we enhance and take care of them. Because I do agree, we're building nice parks, beautiful parks, and we don't have nobody to maintain them. It is a pet peeve of mine too, with my Old Man Bay Park. Every time I drive through it, I actually get somebody to go there and clean it on my own every now and then too. But again, we build these parks, we need to make sure they're being maintained. Because the reorganization of that isn't completed yet, and how we're going to be looking at restructuring that may take this us coming back later on in the year for a Section 12 to hire more individuals for PLC to build out that team. I'm hoping that I have the support of I know I got the support of the government, but the support of the opposition to build that out. But again, once the reorganization is done, that we know how many more individuals we will need as helpers to clean the beach, but also officers that can actually enforce the powers on the beach, then I will definitely tell you I will be back to look for more funding, because it is hindering our tourism product at the same time.
Mr. Chair, I want to thank the minister for that, and not only just enforcement powers, but we actually need persons who are actually affixed to these locations.
Absolutely.
And I thank you, and as I said, I had one last one. in terms of restricting or slowing down imports of vehicles in this country whilst we wait for the East-West Arterial. We don't want to know that we've built this beautiful road and cars can't just wait to get on it and we're jammed up again. I think we made some moves in the last couple of years in terms of trying to slow down the types of vehicles that came to the country, increasing the years. I think the last administration done that. It's probably the Park government. But any caucus decisions on this?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, what I can say is that, yes, the previous government had started to look at road safety standards and how are we going to implement them. And Mr. Chair, I can say confidently right here today that once the road safety standards come into play, that a lot of these vehicles that are coming from the domestic market and the Japan market up there won't be able to come into the Cayman Islands anymore because they will not meet the safety standards of what we're requiring. Now, when I say that what we're requiring is the safety standards of what the US is and what the UK is. Any vehicle that can go into the UK or the US will be able to enter the Cayman Islands. Now, there are vehicles that are made in the Japanese market that are made to stay in the domestic market there, but there are some that are made to be exported into the US market. So those that are able to go into the US market and meet that safety standards will be able to enter the Cayman Islands. Again, I think it was maybe 2 years ago, we had almost, 13, 14 deaths or something. And all of them were into these imports that we have brought in because they do not meet safety standards. These vehicles are basically just a shell, and we need to stop importing them, right? Because everybody that's getting in accidents, they are almost, I can almost say, if you get in that serious accident, your life is at jeopardy with them. So we have to look at it very seriously, and the safety standards are almost finished and almost there, and we should be able to get that in play shortly.
Honourable member for...
I just want to thank the minister. And I won't ask the other question about housing repairs because Borden Town has been hit hard, but I'll turn it over to my colleague.
Member for Georgian Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, good colleague. Mr. Speaker, can the Honourable Minister say whether the government, this is from a land's perspective, Mr. Chairman, I said Mr. Speaker?
Yeah.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Can you say whether it's the government's policy, or let me not say government's policy, has the government, can the minister give us an update on the proceedings for the compulsory acquisition of red spot, better known as where the fishermen sell their fish out there in the waterfront?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, at the moment, I cannot give him any information on that. I don't have any information to give him right now. But again, because that is something that is in front of the courts, I would probably be better off if any information, I give it to him directly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Just want to confirm that the government has not decided in any capacity to change the intention of a public acquisition.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, you can guarantee that this is one captain that is deviating from the course that he's on.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, moving on to my other question. The minister speak about the Go Taxi apps. I just want to find out if the minister, with this expansion, as a former minister for tourism, I always found that there was a reluctancy from the taxi community with the advancements of technology to support them. You know, we get stuck in our ways, so to speak. And I see that you're moving forward with this. I just want to confirm that you've had opportunities in consultation with the Taxi Association, because some of them like it the old school way, and I don't want them to get left behind from the opportunities of moving forward, while at the same time we're advancing our tourism product through efficiencies, because most tourists that come here today, most of them would rather just be able to go on their phone and book like Uber. And I think this is that halfway mark between the two. So the question is, Has there been consultation with the Taxi Association with this Go Taxi app?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, I am going to take probably a leaf out of my Deputy Chief Officer's book, Ms. Stacy Siberia, when she mentioned in the meeting that we had with the taxi operators, she asked them if they wanted to continue to be the Blockbusters or the Netflix people. And if we continue to be like the Blockbusters, we understand that where they are today. So I think with that, they understand it so much well, and she put that so nicely, that I think she convinced everybody at that meeting to actually get on board after that saying. And all of the taxis have been on board with this app. They're happy. And one thing I think the biggest thing that they were reluctant to is that they were always wondering whether getting into the app, whether government was going to be tapping in and taking any funding from them directly. And that's not the case. And I can say that the build out of the app is well on its way. Some taxi operators are actually using it now just to feel it out, to see what the kinks are and what improvements need to be done. But again, there's been no pushback about it that I know about. We've had several meetings with them, and they seem to be very happy about it.
Member continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Minister. Perfect answer. If I couldn't do better myself. The beautification, you spoke about beautification in your opening remarks. There is a beautification committee. I don't know whether that beautification committee is continuing. I suspect that it is, based on some inside information that I've been hearing. I just want to know, for one, can you confirm if your ministry from a parks perspective are a part of that committee for beautification?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I won't answer anything towards the beautification team because my member from tourism, that falls under him directly. But when I was entailing to beautification, I was talking about keeping up our enhancement of our parks, our roads. So it's a section from PLC for what we do, and then this section from the Roads Authority of maintaining the edges of the road and picking up the garbage like that from that when I mentioned beautification. It is, as going back to the member for Bordentown East question and asking about the cutters and also offering the litter, what we call the litter trucks, vacuum trucks, to allow us to be able to pick up the garbage along the side of the road. That's what I meant when I talked about beautification, but nothing that I was involved into the beautification directly.
Honorable member continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, member. I'll pass that on to your colleague when his time arrives. The minister also spoke about the recent cruise conference, which I'm happy to hear that both him and the Honourable Minister for Tourism went. I hope that the experience was good, particularly for the new minister from a tourism perspective. And you also spoke about upgrades to the existing port. From a tourism perspective, can you outline exactly what things you're intending to do to improve the cruise tourism experience? Because I did do some improvements there to the streamlining of passengers on and off the ship as much as we could within the limitations that are there. And I'm excited to hear that you are planning to do more and further that action on. Is there any specifics you can give in respect to that? Or I'm happy to take it offline. I just want to make sure that the continued steps to improve the tourism product from a cruise perspective.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer the question for the member for Georgetown Central. Mr. Chair, yes, I did get the opportunity to go to my first FCCA conference, and that was in Puerto Rico. And while I was there, I mentioned when I got back to my team, I probably thought it was one of the best conferences that I've been to in a while. I've learned so much from going to that conference and how to improve and enhance and listening, hearing not only from our side, but actually hearing from the cruise line side of how we could improve now that they know that the people's mandate is that they do not want to piers, and how we can improve and enhance the safety of the people, of our guests, and getting them off from disembarking off the ship. So one thing is that we look at now is that we're going to do all the pre-checks directly on shore, whereas the customs immigration, instead of out doing that at the ship there and having people sit there and waiting on it there, we will have everyone disembark the ship as quickly as possible on the shore and go through the checkpoints on the shore. Now, also opening up not just the Royal Watla, but the North Terminal. A few weeks ago when we were in Parliament was the test of opening up the North Terminal, and it actually worked very well. I actually took a drive out there to see, and we had people all over Georgetown. The problem that was happening is that we were filtering everybody through Royal Watla, and everybody from Royal Watla then is filtered to go the directions where the buses want to carry them. Although, yes, some people do walk around. But when you come out of that North Terminal, you have the access to Georgetown and see what Georgetown has to offer. One thing that we would like to do is have some more improvements in Georgetown out in the front there, where and I won't get too deep into it because I don't want to steal the thunder from the Minister for Tourism on how we want to enhance the Georgetown waterfront to be able to get more artifacts and stuff and sales in there. But again, when it comes to the port section, safety, security, and just beautifying that location, that transition, and trying to speed that process up that we can do as quickly. And what it's going to also take, Mr. Chair, is we're going to have companies invest in more tenders for us now that we are not going the direction of building out the pier, because they are going to need, and one of the reasons why we're limited to the amount of ships that we have in harbor is because we don't have enough tenders to tender all of the ships that we need and to get everybody off of there. So the mandate is going to be going forward that either we're going to look at making new millionaires in the country or the people are going to make a bigger investment. I am happy to make new millionaires, but I can tell you what we're going to do. We're not going to be held back by only having a certain amount of tenders in this country. We're going to enhance the tender process that we need to be able to get the people off of the ship, and the investments are going to be made, because if that investment isn't made, the member for tourism cannot bring the numbers up. He needs that. And the larger ships is going to take at least 5 tenders alone for itself, the large ship. So there's going to be significant investment that needs to be made into the tender operations. So we're looking forward to working that out in the new year. And once we can get new tenders in there, we can get more ships in there, more volume of people leads down to more cash for our people. And the other thing that I want to look at too is this way that we look at our product that we sell. We are selling our product too cheap. I've made it known to all of the cruise lines with the Deputy Premier there that we are going to be looking at the way that we sell our product. Now, they're happy about looking at the numbers. They just said, please just don't drop it on us within the next month or 2 months like that. Can you fade it in so that because we're already pre-booked out at a long period of times already, at years. So yes, we will be looking at that, but we want to be able to make sure that it's a fair process when you come down to Royal Watla. That is no more cutthroats going on down there. Nobody slashing tires, another man tire down there because he wants to get around them, or they're threatening this one and telling him they need to go home. All of that behavior will stop. I can tell you, we will put in a policy down there that if you're caught misbehaving down there, we will be revoking your license. We have to take a straight stance on these things, on how we deal with these people. Right? And it's going to take a hard approach, but again, it's needed, and we have to get it done. And if we look at the way we do our pre-bookings, and whether the pre-booking is done with the port or with the government, and then we actually do all of the vetting of all of our taxi operators and everything else, and pass that on, so it's a nice, fair lineup. First come, first serve, in, out of the door is what we want to give. I do not want the Cayman Islands to look like any other country. We want the Cayman Islands to be the Cayman Islands, unique and what we are, right? And so that's the way we're going to be looking at enhancing. So you'll see a lot of beautification, a lot of changes coming to the port shortly to come when it comes to the Royal Water side. But again, we're also going to be looking at how we can enhance the sports dock also, so that improvements can be done there, that in the future, that if there is a ship that we can actually send around the sports dock on days when there is good weather, so that we can push the Go East initiative to get more tourists to the eastern side of the island. We are going to push the tourists to get that side of the island too. Because if we get them out of Georgetown and get them a little bit further out there, they can spend more time in the eastern side of the island and visiting the attractions that the eastern side of the island has to offer. So it'll be something that won't be able to be offered every single day, but the days that we can offer that, we will be offering that sports terminal to a cruise line around there.
For Georgetown Central, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I congratulate the Minister for his continued efforts and I think picking up from where I left off in respect to those movements moving forward. I think the East-West Arterial is going to be a key component to that for the Go East initiative. Moving on from cruise to cargo, can you say what the government's policy position is for the long-term cargo solution? As you maybe recall, as Minister for Port before, we outlined a significant report that talked about our growth projections, where we are, and our risk of the limitations of the cargo facility that we have now. As Minister, have you had a chance to assess that, and has the government made a decision on what its long-term policy position is for the cargo of the Cayman Islands?
Mr. Chair, through you, the new board was just put together recently. A matter of fact, if I am correct, I think one of their first meetings is today. Mr. Chair, after the board meets, we are going to be looking at bringing back a paper back to caucus so that the government can see. But what I can say, there's going to have to be a short-term and a long-term measure when it comes to cargo. There are going to have to be some dredging work that will have to be done at that single footprint that we're at right now. We know that ships are actually sitting on the bottom, and some ships cannot even come in fully when they're loaded. Some of them are stopping halfway, offloading and getting lighter and lighter, and they keep slipping them down as they come in because of the bottom that's there. So there are going to have to be some dredge work that needs to be done there in the short term. There needs to be a long-term solution for the port, and again, a presentation will be made to Cabinet. And once that is done, then I'm hoping that that presentation can be made to the Parliament and get full support. I know you, Minister Bryan, so I always keep calling you Minister Bryan, but again, Minister Bryan, it's just my colleague. I'm used to it. That's just how him is. So, but we're not going to make that get between me and you. You know, a lot of this work was started by with you. You know what a lot of the problems are with the port. And you know, with your vision, you had actually started to do that and drive to get to the areas where we needed to enhance the sections of the port. So there are some preliminary works that need to be done. Again, as you know, the new crane is on its way. You know, that was actually led from when you were as Minister of Port. Again, it should be here the first week of December, and hopefully we can be able to set that up. It'll be something very new. It's been the first time a crane has been purchased in years. And again, it is replacing the old fleet that we have there, because I can tell you the guys really, really fight with the old fleet that they have. Right? And then the modernization is to go on to next then with some of the new trucks for the guys that are moving the cargo from the facility to next there, because that is another one that's hindering a lot of our truck drivers. I can tell you, if anybody has ever driven in one of those trucks, I know when the guys reach out to me and ask me that we need to pave a road, I try to get out to NRA to try to pave a road, because those trucks are very rugged, and every one of the guys that are driving one of those trucks are using a back brace, right? So that's another thing that we have to deal with also. So we're looking at new procurement to be able to get new trucks in the future, so we can get going.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Chairman, just to give you an indication, I have replacement property, sidewalks, and transport unit, 3 more areas. I know if you want to split up, another person take some questions and can come back to me. Otherwise, I'll just continue because I do have some other areas.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has been waiting patiently for quite a while through 3 members questioning, so I think it's only fair that he be given an opportunity. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I think after this we go back to the traditional line, item by item. My apologies for railroading your process, sir. I shall not try it again. Mr. Chairman, we were on parks earlier, so we're jumping around, but I'm just looking at EI 71 and EA 168. Mr. Chairman, EI 71, on the sheet that the Honourable Minister gave us, speaks to the Northward Community Centre and Infrastructure Planning and Community Works. And EA 168 speaks to the Northward Community Centre once again, there, as well as the Peace Bay Park, the Lighthouse Park, the Kaibo Public Beach Redesign, and the Northward Community Centre. Other than noticing that these are all east of Georgetown, I wonder if the ministry could shed some light on the use of these funding and why the Northward Community Centre is listed under both, whether, because it says that the business case has been complete.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the EA 71, which is the Northward Community Park, business case has been completed for that, and that also talks about some of the community work that needs to be done. But going back to 78, Mr. Chair, to be frankful, I think this was a typo on it, and should, instead of saying Northward Community Center for Bordentown, it was for the Bordentown Civic Center.
So you're saying EA 168 or an EI 71 is a community center?
No, EI 71 has the Northward Community Center. If you, Mr. Chair, give me 1 second. Just let me look at my book, and I can tell you what else is in there.
Yeah, I guess, Mr. Chair, while he's doing that, I should have said that in EI 71 is $4.5 million for 2026 and $5.5 million for 2027, and EA 168 is $7.5 million for 26 and $9 million for 27. So it's not a small amount of money, and perhaps could use some explanation on those.
Mr. Chair, through you, EA 168 has the installation of artwork and showcase for the Cayman culture for the admin building, and the EA 168 also includes the parks, docks, and jetties. 168 also implement a public transportation strategy. And then the EA 168 also includes purchasing and design of the new office accommodation. And then EA 168 also has the road safety initiatives, which are the speed cameras in there. And he's right when it says the EA 168 is the multi-purpose civic center hall. And then we have in EA 168, the Cayman Islands Port Authority, which is in some improvement needs that need to be done with the III audit. And then we have the improvement in EA's 116, improvement to building and facilities that are beyond economic repair. That's in 168. And then EI 71, I'll give him a full breakdown for that.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I thank the minister because that's a whole different picture than was drawn for EA 168, which just said Pease Bay Park, Lighthouse Park, Kaibo Public Beach redesign, and Northward Community Center. So what he just explained makes absolute sense and is a completely different picture from what was explained here.
Thank you. Member from Borden Down East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up on the port and some of the new activities, I was wondering if the government or the minister had any information in terms of us trying to, as he indicated, have the tourists from the cruise ships stay longer into port, spend more moolah. If there are any intentions of them being able to open their casinos and stay longer, is that a policy of the government, or you're not looking in that direction?
Thank you very much, member. I think for the record, you meant spent more money.
My apologies. I do speak a lot of languages.
I had to give you that opportunity at least once in Finance Committee.
Oh, God.
Honorable Minister.
Okay. Mr. Chair, through you, I know just coming back from the FCCA conference and having that discussion with the Deputy Premier and the cruise line, that is something an option that they're asking us if we can look at, especially if we want to be able to see cruise staying later in the Cayman Islands. And we may have, again, I don't want to take away the thunder away from the Minister of Tourism in it, but I know he will cover a lot of that in his statement there when he's going to be mentioning. If you're okay with that.
No, I'm good with that, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I'll just ask another question, and Mr. Chair, if you'll allow me.
Continuing, member from Borden Down East.
Mr. Chair, as I was alluding to earlier in terms of housing repairs, I think that is the Borden Town area, in terms of housing repairs, we've had quite a number that had not been dealt with for a long time now. I know persons even in Northward who have come to our office, and persons throughout Borden Town East also, and even other areas of Borden Town. But how is this going to be handled now? Can we somehow get the constituents offices involved?
Mr. Chair, through you. Sorry, did I speak before you? Okay, thank you, sir. Apologize for speaking before you. Mr. Chair, what I can say to the member is that we are streamlining the way that we deal with home repairs. Instead of the old traditional way of just filling out documentations, we have started to actually make it a lot more easier now. And I can actually send you a website where you could actually keep in your office, where you could be able to fill out the forms. It's very simple, very easy. And you can have that, keep that in your office and help fill it out very quickly. And now what happens is that we can track pretty much all of the repairs a lot more easier, what time they came in, what stages they're at, and everything else, so that we're not losing paperwork, not knowing where we're at with it. And people are saying that they submitted something 2 years ago and haven't heard back from the individuals. We have staff that are actually being looked at or seconded to help us, are working from the PWD to actually help us go out to be able to do the scope of works and opinions. So what we did is we've brought over four individuals from PWD, three individuals from PWD that is helping us out there do the scoping opinions on all of the homes. And then once the scoping opinions are done, they send it back in. And then what we'll do is then we actually have a list of contractors that has been pre-approved by NHJT and by the previous Housing Repair Committee that have been working really good, and they haven't had any faults with them. And what we do is we send everything out to them to get the bids on them right away. So instead of us looking at just doing 1, 2, 3 homes, we're going to look at where we're going to be able to ramp up the home repairs. I can tell you that the money that we have for home repairs, we definitely will always have to come back for home repairs money. That is something that supplementaries will always have to be done. And we know that because we could probably put 10 million in the budget for home repairs and we will fly right through it. So in the future, it's streamlined a lot better. And I will send you the app just as soon as we're finished here so that you can have it for your office to be able to give your individuals. Mr. Chair, just also speaking to my PS because she's helping me spearhead that up. But if you have any direct individuals that you need help on right away, especially those that are in very dire need that are, when it comes to electricity, safety matters, we look at them very quickly and try to get them out as quickly as possible. So the turnaround frame for those that are when it comes to safety side of things is very quick. If there's a longer period of where there's more advanced work that needs to be done in the home, those will take some, maybe 3 to 4 bids to be able to get them going. But the safety side of things that we can get going, we try to do it as quickly as possible, but also seeing how we can try to utilize. In the future, we'll see how we can try to utilize some of the resources from PWD to be able to help us get into some of these homes also. Whether, I don't know whether maybe some of our PWD staff may need a need of indemnity to be able to go in to be able to work on some of these homes, but again, we'll work that out and how we can figure that out in the future.
Mr. Chairman.
Member from Borden Down West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, I just want to also thank the Minister for that link. He had actually sent it to me already, and it's already being used by my office manager, so I want to thank him for that. I just have 6 areas left. Some of them are quite brief. Start with the easiest one first. In terms of the bush cutting, there is provision under the law where the people who allow their property, or the property owners who allow their bush to really overgrow the road from a safety standpoint, when the government goes and cut it, I think the law already allows for the government to invoice those people to charge them. And I would strongly recommend that the government start using that, because I think it is really unfair for you to be using taxpayers' money to maintain people's property. And some of these properties are actually quite valuable. And I can tell you, for me, some of them sit on Beach Bay Road too. So I will tell you by all means, I don't know who own it, but I'm going to tell you charge them because they need to maintain their property. So I guess that's not really a question. One of the things, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Honourable Minister, derelict houses. We have about a few houses in my constituents where they are running generators, so clearly they have no planning approval. These houses are run down and dilapidated, and in some cases serving as places where people do all kind of nefarious activities during the day and in the nights. And it has also become like a breeding ground for rodents and other things. I would like to know, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Minister, what is the process of getting planning or anyone involved to condemn these houses and in some cases move some of these individuals out of the house, but some of these properties really can't stay, and it is causing a lot of issues for people who have surrounding homes and trying to maintain it, especially with regards to some rats, because I've seen some of the rats them and they're like the size of rats I see on the New York subway. So what is the process of getting in and getting those derelict houses dealt with?
Member from Bordentown West, they are not imported rats, right?
No, sir, not like the mosquitoes, no.
Okay.
They're not genetically modified.
Honourable Minister, can you speak to the issue?
I can speak to the housing side. The Minister of Environment may have to speak to the rat side of things, but in that way, it might take a collaborative approach if you have that many rats running around Bordentown West. But Mr. Chairman, sorry. What I can do is to look at what the process is and speak to the Director of Planning. But if you have direct homes that you know that you think that are against the planning rule, regulations, and laws, we can actually have our enforcement team go out and look at those homes and actually send an enforcement officer to try to get those homes up to date. Again, I know previous years ago, there was times when there was homes that was knocked down by, I think, the NRA at one point in time, right after I-1, that homes that were never fixed that they had to clean up, especially I know going through the Bordentown area, they did a few of them where they had knocked them down and just cleaned up the area. So if there's homes like that that we need to look at, I'm pretty sure there's a policy or something we can look to probably put together to be able to help go in and just clean up an area, especially if we can get the police involved and it's a safety aspect, and if there's concerns of activity happening there and the concerned citizens of the neighborhoods are worried about a particular area that could breed crime in there, I'm pretty sure that's something that we could look at defending that and saying that we could probably send an excavator in there to clean up the property and maybe look at putting a charge or something onto the property for what it is. I will take that onto my, I've made the note already, and I promise I'll get back to you on that. But if you give me the locations of the properties, I will have the director actually send his enforcement team out there to take a look at them for you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for that response. And through you, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank the Minister. Also, I can assure you that I'm not afraid to snitch people out, so I can definitely tell you where these homes are. You don't worry about that. When we talk about the rodents earlier, one of the things I noticed, Mr. Chairman, through you to the Minister, is on the reducing the stray animal populations. And one of them in particular is the cats. And how are those, when you say reducing the stray animal population, how are they being reduced? Or the population being reduced?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, one of the things that we need to look at doing is, and we actually have in the budget, is actually building the cat pound out in agriculture. And that, I think there's one that we're looking at for Grand Cayman, and I think there is one, been reliably informed, I'm going to use a word from my good old Annie, that there's one for the BRAC also. But Mr. Chair, that's when we're talking about the population, that's what from the agriculture side of things of how we would actually deal with that.
True, Mr. Chairman, just are the cat population being reduced now?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chair, I cannot say whether the cat population is being reduced. What I can say is that I can't find my cat, Freddie. So I don't know if he's been one of them that's been reduced or not. But I will continue to look for my cat, Freddie. But again, maybe it's not a question for me. I can't say whether the cats have been reduced or not, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the Honourable Minister, there's a reason I asked that question, because I understand that there's a process that may be being used to euthanize some of the cats. And from what I've been told, that process may be a little bit inhumane. And that's what I'm trying to get out here, to understand what is the process, or what process is being used to reduce the population.
Mr. Chair, what I can say, if there's anything that agriculture is doing, we are doing it by the proper way and by the books. I don't know, I can't speak for anybody else, but I can speak for agriculture. So you would have to go a little bit more in depth, or I don't know what to tell you on that. I can only say what agriculture is doing. We have not gotten to the point where we're taking on the cats yet. As soon as we have the pound built, because one of the things that we did want to do is have the cats and the dogs mixed up together, because we know the dogs would be barking and the cats then would be pretty much up on the wall worried about that. So there was a separation into the pound that needed to be built there. And I just hope that my cat Freddie doesn't end up in the pound.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I will discuss what my concerns are with the minister offline, just due to the sensitivity of the matter. But the 3 last areas for me, Mr. Chairman, is in terms of the planning application, the amount of application that's being processed. I remember at one time, Minister, you were concerned, especially at the beginning of the year, when we were looking at the number of planning applications that were being approved, which set the stage for the level of development that would have come around throughout the course of the year. I'm just curious in terms of the planning application numbers, comparing like for this year with previous years and in the forecast of the years to come, what is the number of applications looking like?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, if you just give me 1 second, I can give you the accurate numbers. Mr. Chair, through you. Mr. Chair, if the member is okay, I'll be happy if I can provide you the breakdown of the numbers by quarterly. If that's all right, if I can put that back into writing by you tomorrow, sir.
That's fine. The one thing, just to go on to plan B of the question, which would have been the follow-up, is at one point, I remember there were concerns with regards to the National Conservation Law and the impact it was having on development in the country. And I'm wondering if that is a trend that is still continuing, and if it continues to impact basically the jobs in the construction industry.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, what I can say, there is a significant amount of things that are impacting the economy when it comes to construction, but that is one of them, sir.
Thank you very much. And through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Minister, are there any plans of making any changes to necessary legislation to ensure that these things that impact economic activity and jobs to Caymanians would improve?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, just seeing that the law actually doesn't fall with me, I would ask the member if he wouldn't mind asking the member or the Premier that question directly.
Okay, I will do. Just moving on to my last two areas, Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honorable Minister. In terms of the number of houses being built, I remember in the past there were two applications, one from a large contractor, well, not really related to houses, in terms of doing something with the glass house that they could have basically refurbished it, refitted out, re-strengthened it, and pull it back up to purpose. I don't know if that application is still valid, but I think you probably would know which contractor it was. And then secondly, there was also another application by another large contractor to do something with the Cox site, where we could have basically built some real good, affordable condos for young professional Caymanians. Are there been any consideration on any of those two applications, one for the glass house and one for the Cox lumber site?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, I'll speak to the Cox site. What I can tell you is that the National Housing Trust is looking at working out how we're going to look at triple Ps in the future. And so I know the Cox site has been one that has been very active with a lot of developers. I've probably seen maybe like 5 different developers come up with 5 different renderings of what could actually potentially be built on that site when it comes to multi-story. And as you know, we just passed the changes to the other site in Georgetown, which would allow us to actually the density to change on that site, which we're going to be looking at. Because as I mentioned previously, we at NHDT can't build ourselves out of the problem that we're finding ourselves into. It's going to take the whole society, the whole industry to help us. What has happened with the middle class is that there was 1 or 2 major developers, contractors that was always focused in that middle class range and lower class range and building homes for the people. And what we're finding now is that those developers kind of have winded down, not into the business as much as they were before. So has left that void in there, and NHDT has been trying to keep up with that void, but they can't keep up with the void by themselves. So it is going to look at doing triple Ps, not only for the Cox site, but also for all the other large sites in around the island, and how we work together. And then towards the application for the glass house, as you mentioned, I do know of the contractor that has mentioned before that he can look at refurbishing it, but I have not seen anything of numbers or anything like that from him. It's only been a conversation.
Thank you very much.
Member continuing.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Minister, I know that there's around a large acre of land available in Northward that could be used for affordable housing. Is that something that's also being considered by the National Housing Trust?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, I actually just sent that to the lands team just actually today to look at about getting us a land valuation price on that particular property. I understand that that property may be in a foreclosure that's going through with the banks. But yes, we are going to be looking at it and maybe putting in a offer towards it. And not only will that property help for building more homes in the Bordentown East area, well, I think half east and west. I think it kind of splits both sides. But it will help also with the culvert that we need to put in to be able to relieve the water in a certain area of Northwood that gets flooded very heavily. So it'll actually help us in two different ways when it comes to what needs to be done there. And I think particular part of that property, from the mapping that I'm seeing, is actually part of it is filled already. I don't know how much acreage is filled, but there's a large portion of it that's been filled.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And through Mr. Chairman, my last question. We have seen countries in the Middle East make serious advances with regards to container agriculture, well, growing stuff in containers. Is there any consideration or any initiatives that the government is looking at to encourage that? I know we have one local, at least that I'm aware of, that's already doing a very good job in terms of container agriculture, or I think there's a fancy name that they use for it. Is there anything else that we're looking at in that thing to encourage more due to the help with our food security?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, what I can say, that is something that we have been looking at for quite some time. The container farming, vertical farming, greenhouse spaces and how we move, because we know we're limited with the type of soil that we have and we can only grow certain things. And we're a seasonal crop jurisdiction. So basically when I say that is that everybody is growing peppers at one time, or everybody's growing tomatoes at one time. Now, with pushing the container farming, whether it is with grants or whether it is with helping with the concession, due to concession waivers or whatever, it's something that the Agriculture Department is supportive of and the ministry is supportive of, because we want to be able to see how we can enhance to go that direction. As you know, we've basically helped out also pushing our national egg strategy program in the direction that it needs to go, with helping the farmer with the necessary equipment that they needed to be able to get them to the standards that the safety standards that we needed them to meet, but also what the standards were that the grocery stores wanted them to meet at. And we have them farmers now at the egg strategy going that direction. And the vertical farming is something that we continue to push. We've started to get the younger generation, the kids, more involved into it with vertical farming, where we actually we bought one tower to actually put into every single school in the ground and the high schools, so to get kids involved into it and actually make it more of a competition to see what the kids are growing. And I can tell you the kids in a lot of the primary schools are experimenting with just about every single thing when it comes to growing in the towers. So they're doing very well to it. So I can tell you something that we will continue to push.
Thank you very much. Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, sir. The Minister mentioned in his speech on the public transport a few things that, as I reread it, jumped off to me. I wonder if you could put some explanation around this. And they look very promising. One is school traffic management. If you could advise exactly what that is, please.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, can I have you just repeat the question one more time, sir?
Yes, sir, that's fine. On the public transport, I see a note here of something referred to as school traffic management. I wonder if you could explain exactly what that is, please.
Or school traffic management. Mr. Chair, through you, when we're talking about school traffic management, is how we're going to be able to control calming measures within the school zone areas. So a lot of the areas have been asking us to look at doing pedestrian crossing, and we're looking at coming up with alternative ways of lighting up the pedestrian crossings and making it more easier back and forth, slowing the traffic down into the school zones more. Whether we are actually going to be able to add speed cameras directly into some of those school zones to enforce the speeding that's in there. So that's when I speak to traffic calming measures within school zones, that's what we're basically talking about, sir. And some of those areas too would need, I know some areas we have to look at expanding sidewalks. Some of them are asking that we move the sidewalks back a little bit. So there's multiple of traffic calming measures that need to be done, but as a safety aspect for the kids.
Member continuing.
I thank the member for that, and the speed bumps would be good, but I think I'm really looking forward to the speed cameras. Eastern District's shuttle pilot, if you can explain what that is, please.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to explain it. Mr. Chair, as I mentioned in my speech, we are looking at doing a small depot in the Savannah area. So the intersection by Hearst, across from between C&B and the gas station, there's been some modifications to that roundabout there. That will actually be a small depot. What we're going to look at doing now is having some of the buses actually drop people there and turn around and be able to go back, and then actually helping pilot some of the initiatives that are going east. Because one of the biggest complaints that we're hearing from the bus operators are the buses that have to go all the way to Moritz, Queens Highway, all the way to Rum Point, Caibo, that they're saying that the routes aren't profitable for them because they spend more time going there than there are people. So what we're going to do is run a pilot program where we're going to run and try to collect data and to see how many people are actually taking the buses, similar to what the progressive government did at one point in time when they were collecting data in the Georgetown area. It's basically the same thing, because what we're hearing is that a lot of the bus operators would love to turn around at Boddown, without a doubt. They don't want to go all the way to East End or all the way down to Moritz. So we're just trying to figure out what that data looks like to go forward and be able to see if in the future, whether government has to help subsidize those routes in any way to be able to continue.
Member continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was hoping you were heading towards a hop-on, hop-off bus similar to what used to be in existence in Georgetown. So I'm hoping that's something you look at continuing and maybe bringing it into Georgetown as well. The other thing that popped out to me was modern Cayman deserves a professional transport system. Now, if you did mention it, and it's here, I didn't hear and I didn't see it, but could you advise exactly what direction we're going in terms of improving or getting in place a modern national transportation system?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to do that for the member. Mr. Chair, improving the efficiency of our bus service, and what we want to do is have an on-time bus service. What we want to do is modernize our bus service. We've heard before that a lot of the bus services didn't want to actually put GPSs in their buses, trackers in their buses, cameras in their buses. Now they are happy to do so. Talking with them and showing them what the improvements are going to look like. And I think one of the main concerns that the bus operators had is that some of them may use their bus off-duty for other things when they're going shopping and everything else. So whether the GPS system that is in there will be able to turn off, but it will be part of an app system, whereas you can live time be able to see these buses when they're moving. So you don't have to go and sit down and wait in a bus stop and wonder when a bus is going to be here. You'll be able to download an app on your phone to be able to see it. It'll be similar to what the taxi app is. We've started with the taxi first, and then we're going to work our system into the modern bus system. So when everybody has a smartphone, they'll be able to put that app on their phone and be able to track where the buses are and see where the buses are, and they can actually be able to send that location so that a bus knows that there's somebody there at the same time. A lot of the buses are happy with them, are sharing their data in the bus stops and actually putting out more bus stops along the routes. But then in the long-term future, the build-out is maybe having just from bus depot to depot, and then having some of the smaller buses do the inner routes where they would carry passengers indirectly. So they'll go into Selkirk Drive, into Marina Drive, into Prospect Drive, into everyone and all the side roads, and be able to drop people directly into there, but then have the main buses actually just run from point A to point B kind of a way. And then those buses could actually just come out and drop people at the bus, what we would call the bus depot. So basically you could have a bus, a smaller bus that would actually run into Savannah and Newlands, picking up people along the roadside down in there, and then dropping them at that one depot at the very top down there going forward. And then they have the larger bus then that would run from point A to point B.
Member from Red Bay continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if the member could advise, it sounds like that is a fairly large project. Am I correct? That the project that's ongoing, that started, and if so, what sort of timelines do you envisage for that to come into fruition so we can have that modern professional translation system that you referred to?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I can say everything starts by starting with it, and every little piece helps push us that further down the road. It is a large build-out of things, and as we've said before, one of the things that we're doing is the start of it is building the app, building the depot, which we're moving to now to, then looking at another depot, and then getting more bus shelters, and getting maybe modernizing the bus shelters to where they can be more having lighting, and we've seen somewhere actually have the mapping system in them also, where you could actually see live track what's happening, where the buses are at in there too. So it is a large build out. It's not just something that will happen next year directly, but there are stages of it as how it's going to be able to work out there. But as to give you a full breakout of where we would be in the last full stage, I really can't give you that right now, sir, but what I can tell you is that we are working on the bus depot, the new locations for the bus shelter. I know the member for Georgetown Central had mentioned to me the bus shelters for Palmdale area. We are looking at putting the bus shelters for Palmdale on that side of the road. We have to get permission from the homeowners in that area that we're going to be able to put them there. So there are strategic areas that we're going to be working with to be able to put them there, and then also look at re-enhancing and the Eastern Avenue on the bus system that's going on at that location there too. So there is a multiple parts that tentacles that we have to build out into it, but we are committed to completing it and getting it done. It is going to take. It's just taking one bus one day at a time.
Member for Red Bay continuing.
I just want to thank the member for that, sir. And yeah, I appreciate we won't be able to solve it overnight, but that national translation system is a huge part. I know the member knows this, of fixing or trying to fix the overall traffic congestion problem that we have. I'll leave it there, and I thank him again, sir. Thank you.
Member for Bordentown East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want the member to give me an update, the minister to give me an update on the, as mentioned earlier, the burned out James Manoa Civic Center. If this is going to start being repaired in the first quarter, and also if the Cumber Avenue project in terms of the flooding and the pond there, if those works are going to start in the first quarter also.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, what I can say is the Bordentown Civic Center, we're going through this opinions of it now to see what the costing is going to be. We do have money allocated in the budget to be able to fix it. That's something that we're looking forward to being done. It is probably one of the most heavily used civic centers, I would say, next to the Civic Center in Northside. And just actually today, this morning, me and DCO Tristan Hides was actually talking about the Cumber Avenue when it comes to the drainage and stuff down there, and actually looking at a particular property where we wanted to look at about the holding to be able to do that retention pond. And not to speak of the terms, but there are properties that are coming up for sale in that area that we may be able to look at to be able to make that retention that we have always talked about that we needed to allow the runoff for the stormwater management in the Cumber area. So we are looking at it. I can just, as I said, that was something 8:30, 9 o'clock this morning. we were having that conversation about. So yes, not just going to cabinet, but I also been holding all of my meetings at the same time and also being in Parliament here with you all here discussing this budget. You know, I'm a Minister of Action and we're going to continue to get things done.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, I want to turn our attention to public transportation unit. If you have before you planning estimates, and you go to the back of your document, it talks about the corrosive revenue that the country as a whole will receive. And if you can, it's on page 443. No, my apologies, 445. Nope, sorry, 444. And I'm kind of lost with something, because in these projections for the revenues the public transportation unit's supposed to collect, on page 44, if you go down about almost halfway the page, it says public transport, driver's licenses, public transport operators license. And naturally, in 2024, you had an amount. Naturally, in 2025, you had an amount. But in 2026 and 2027, you have nothing. And I say, okay, well, maybe they're not going to be issuing any more licenses as at public transport unit. And then we go to your budget statements under your line item for your outputs for PTO2. It still has the same number of estimated application processes. So if you have no intentions of collecting anything, any revenues, why are we doing applications? I'm a bit confused. Maybe your team can help me understand.
Mr. Chair, through you, I just want to understand that you're saying that if we're not going to issue any taxi bus license, then we shouldn't be collecting.
Well, I guess the first question is, are you intending to issue any?
Mr. Chair, through you, that is a board that is put together, and it is up to the board to decide on how they want to deal with the licensee. What I can tell you is we have just put a new board together, so they're going through the governances and how to operate a board, make sure that standards and everything are kept the way it needs to be done. But I'm happy to update you in the future of the decision of what the board wants to make on that.
Thank you, Minister, and forgive me for coming back at you a little bit here, but these documents are the projections for the revenues for the next 2 years. Somebody had to make a decision that there was projected to be $0 collected from the transport, from public transport for driver's license and operator's license. And for your technocrats, please, if they want to see what I'm talking about, go to corrosive revenue on the page 444.
Mr. Chair, through you, I just want to reference in PH 26 in the APNE at the very bottom of the paper. It says the total cost of supplies to this output in 2026 is $964,961. However, the revenue of $14,000 from third parties was reduced to the cost to cabinets to the $950,000 $1,000, and the total cost of supplying the output for 27 is $983,000. However, the revenue for $14,000 from third parties was reduced to the cost because of cost to cabinet of $969. So I don't know if that.
So ultimately, the money that you make is basically you get no profits because you're just covering yourself. Is that what I'm understanding? Mr. Chairman, if the minister wants to, I'm happy to have the director for public transport unit support the minister in answering.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I'll just have the Director of PTU answer the question since the member asked that he could answer it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Could you just say your name and position for the record?
Yes, my name is Dirk Banks. I'm the Director of Public Transport. To answer the question, Mr. Chairman, through you, I want to thank the Minister for giving me this opportunity to explain what's happening here. And basically, we are in the process of updating the regulations and streamlining the process. And we're going to be issuing 3-year permits. So the revenues anticipated to be collected this year. So that's why that you would not see the revenue collected for 26 and 27, because we're now going to be issuing 3-year permits.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the Director. Good to see you, Mr. Dirk. Okay, and that sounds fair. So if you plan to collect nothing, as you're collecting everything now for 3-year licensing, why are you still collecting monies for the unit for the processing of those applications if you plan to offer no more and you've collected the money in this year but nothing for the next year after that? Because if you look in your budget statements, ministries give you money to do work as a unit. And part of that work, in the description, it says, managers are regulating access to public transportation systems through issuance of permits to taxis, tours, public buses, water sports, vehicles, schools, buses, limousines, and prior operations, which involves, and it tells you about the quantity of numbers of applications. It says number of applications processed. You had in 2025, you had 900, and you have projected again 900 for 2026, and again projected for 927. So if you're saying that you plan to not have any revenues for 2027 and 2026, why are you still collecting money for processing of it? I'm confused. Maybe I got it wrong.
Mr. Banks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think there's 2 application processes here. There are applications, for example, for registering and deregistering of public passenger vehicles, which there are no fees, but they are recorded as an application that is processed. So people changing vehicles, selling, buying new vehicles, and making applications, that is what's the process there, but it would no fee actually to be collected. I hope that clarifies the question.
All right, I think it does a little bit. It would seem strange that the application process amounts will still be the same, but I'll take your word in respect to that. Let's move on, and I'm glad that you're there, sir, to address some other questions about the PTU. Is the location on the corner of Eastern Avenue and Shedden Road considered to be a depot?
Mr. Banks.
Mr. Chairman, through you, no, that is currently only a bus stop.
Thank you. Mr. Dirk, through you, Mr. Chairman, what is the role of the transport unit?
Mr. Banks.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, can you ask the member to repeat the question, please?
Yes, sir. Happy to do so. I was asking you, what is the role of the transport unit? What do they do? Just for the average person who may not know. I'm trying to find a description for your unit. Let me assist. So, in your planning estimates, the description of your unit is to monitor the safety and security standards of all public transportation vehicles, ensuring compliance in the rules and the appropriate acts, and carrying out incident investigations along with the annual and random inspections. Managing dispatch of omnibuses operators in Georgetown at the bus depot. How long does a person, what is the distinguishing factor for a bus depot and a bus stop? What's the difference between the two?
Mr. Banks.
Mr. Chairman, through you, a bus stop is where buses just stop and pick up passengers, and a bus depot is where buses are queued and dispatched based on their time of dispatch. So there is a difference of waiting time at a bus depot. That's the difference, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Through you, Mr. Chairman, are you aware of the ongoing problem on the corner of Eastern Avenue and Shedden Road where buses practically use that bus stop as a bus depot, meaning stay there for significant amounts of time, clogging up traffic and safety components on the corner? And do your officers, whose job is to do investigations as to the violations to the rules of their license, go and check that situation?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Minister.
I just want to say that we are looking into, I think, the last time that we had a parliament here, that was a question that was posed. And I think we answered that question, that we are looking into how we can enhance that area and how do we make that area more, again speaking to the company, I think it's the Flow company that's there, with not allowing those the bus or could be, yes, maybe it is the police, but Flow is there too, of how we handle that location. I have in our array looking at how we're redesigning that intersection, and part of that intersection will be how we can be able to make sure that buses just are passing through there just to pick up customers and moving off. We know the challenges. The member knows the challenges that we have with it. He sees it every day. I remember one time he was out there arguing out in the parking lot about it. So we all know, aware what the challenges are. There's no meaningful way of us arguing over what has been done in the past. Let us move forward in the future. I can guarantee you that we are going to fix the problem moving forward, sir. And you can hold me accountable as the minister to make sure that that intersection gets the treatment that it needs, and tidying up and cleaning up and making sure that the enforcement side, and I will make sure that the chairman, matter of fact, I will text the chairman right now to make sure that he knows that he has to make sure the enforcement is out there to enforce that those buses move through, sir. I hope that answers the question that you're going down the road with, sir.
Member for Georgetown Central, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleague and brother, I love you. I asked that question in Parliament a couple months ago for a reason. And you're saying, yes, there is difficulties, I understand, because I was a former minister. But I'm saying you have the authority under law, and if you say you want to be held accountable, I will hold you accountable. Here's the facts. The unit can go and take away their license right now as we speak. Since I brought that to your attention, the unit is fully aware of this problem and chooses not to do anything about it, and they have the authority to do so.
Chair.
So to answer the minister's question, I'm not asking you to I'm not going to wait for you to fix a problem. When there could potentially be an incident, when somebody dies on the corner of my constituency because the buses are breaking the rules of their license, upon which the director and his unit is fully aware of and can take action and choose not to do so, I am not going to stand around and not go, oh, let's work together on this. They can do something now, starting tomorrow morning. Those buses should not be stopping there for no more than 5 minutes and moving. Every Saturday morning, you're talking about congestion in town. The main reason why there's congestion in town is because that's the most traffic bus stop in the whole country is at that location, and it's because of the bus drivers. And the director is fully aware of it, and his unit is fully aware of it, because we talked about it from when I was minister, and they choose to do nothing about it. So, Minister, when you say, let's work together, I want to work with you. But when you know that there's powers there to do something about it and they choose not to, what do we do in this Parliament?
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Minister.
I have committed to the member that I will sort the problem out. As he rightfully said, we've talked about it from when he was minister. And we still have the problem. I've mentioned that we have just put a new chairman at the board, and I will guarantee you that I will be calling a meeting with the chairman and making sure that he takes the enforcement side of that very seriously. And the enhancement side of that area, I am committed to enhancing that location. But again, it will take me some time to enhance the area because there are some gazettes that need to be done. There are critical infrastructure on that one particular corner of the road that needs to be done also. And keep in mind that there has been a long, that's almost like the Georgetown, Central Georgetown area. It's been a long time that that infrastructure has not been upgraded. So there's going to be works that we're going to have to be collaborating with Water Authority, CUC, Flow, all of the networks that are in that location on how we make the adjustments that we need to make there. But we've already started that works to see how we're going to be able to make the adjustments that need to about realigning the section of the road. And I will guarantee that the enforcement team will be out there holding them responsible. And I've asked the member for Georgetown Central to hold me as the minister responsible, not my director. The buck stops with me, sir.
Fair enough.
So hold me responsible for me.
Thank you very much.
Members, are we almost?
Unfortunately, I hate to tell you, sir, I do have a significant amount of questions left. But I accept the minister's response, and I thank him. And I just want to distinguish there's a difference between the moderations to the area, which I know will take time, gazettes and everything and done. But that's the infrastructure component. I'm talking about the compliance. Okay, so let's be moving on now, right? Can I just ask, in this particular transport area, one last question. Is it illegal for a bus driver, according to the license, forget police traffic, but if a bus driver who has to adhere to certain other infractions that could cause their license to be taken away, is it illegal for them to drive up on the sidewalk? And is that grounds for them to either be suspended, penalized, license taken away, either one of those things?
Mr. Chairman, through you, it is an offense for any vehicle, to the best of my knowledge, to be parked on a sidewalk, private vehicle or public bus. But I just want to make one correction that the member stated that me as the director has the authority to revoke person's permit. That is incorrect. The permits are issued and revoked by the Public Transport Board and not the director of the Public Transport Unit. So I want that to be minuted, please, for the correction of the member.
Thank you very much. And members, we're exhausting these set of output groups. So can we start to get some concise questions and start to
Mr. Chairman, it's been a while since you've been in Parliament, and this is your first budget back. We are going to be here a long time. Now, if you want to go back to the traditional way, we were trying to do a strategy today, and I'm not trying to be rude or disrespectful in any way. You're the chair.
Don't be.
Oh, I'm not being. What I'm saying is that we have this process of scrutiny is essential to democracy. This budget is a $2.5 billion budget. And if you think that speeding up the process from us asking the relevant questions about the taxpayers' money, then you are the chair and you have the authority to say, you can shut me down. But I do believe that every other member of past Parliament would hold you accountable to say that's not due process. This is the part where the opposition have the opportunity to scrutinize. The power is in the hands of the government, the opportunity for the opposition to scrutinize each question. Now, I think I'm asking relevant questions in respect to it. Now, if you want to go back to the line item by section, by area, I'm happy to do that. But these are the questions upon which I would like to ask in respect to...
Can you give members, because I can see members, because all of us are still human, can you give us any sort of inclination as to how many more questions you have?
I'm happy to try to do that, sir. We have building work permit fees. We got a cruise ship departure tax, which have gone up by 30%. We have the sidewalk heights for NRA. We have the property evaluation concern in respect to compulsory acquisition. I would say at least 7 to 8 more.
7 to 8?
Yeah, not 7 to 8. It could be 7 to 8, though. In the whole.
Well, we understand that you could ask 78 more, but the committee would be well into the wee hours at that point. So let's have your 7 to 8, and there is the member from Georgetown West and Belton Town, and then we'll take the vote.
No problem, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, so I think the answer was before you derailed the thought process. I think you were saying that I do accept, Mr. Director. It's not squarely in authority under you, hence the reason of the changes in the public transportation law that I think the minister is talking about. It is for the board to address, but it's for you to bring it to their attention. Correct? Correct. All right. Moving on from that, thank you so much, Mr. Dirk. Mr. Chairman, in respect to, again, the corrosive revenue, the former member was asking questions about the building permit fees and whether it's an indication to a slowdown in construction. I see again on page 443 of the planning estimates that the estimated revenue from building permit fees is decreasing by almost 17% for both 2 years moving forward. Can the minister give us an indication if there's some reason for that decline, intentional or unintentional?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, I don't know what a member means when he says intentional or unintentional, because I am not somebody that is out there saying that I'm going to just do what. Let us start that back over. Mr. Chair, this question was asked earlier, and I committed to put this in writing to the member for Bordentown West at the time, the same one with the buildings. And I am committed to also giving him a copy for Georgetown, the member for Georgetown Central, if he's happy with that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you, I am very comfortable with that. I can get it in writing. I guess maybe what I should have said is this is probably the supporting evidence that your own budget document does project a decline in revenue from building work permit fees, which will give a signal to to that of a decline in construction. And what I meant by intentional or unintentional, I definitely know it's not from your angle. So I'll leave that there. Moving on now to in the same revenue section, which you are now the Minister for the Port Authority, which the cruise ship departure charges would fall under your remit. This projection seems to be a positive indication, and maybe you can give the reasons for this positive indication, Minister. On page 443, the revenue collected or projected to be collected for this year is 6.9 million. Last year was 6.4 million. And for next year, it's going up to 8.6 million, $2 million increase, and then in 2027 to 9 million. I'm assuming that the departure charges is going to mean there's going to be a whopping increase in cruise passengers by at least 25%. And I would be very happy if that is what it is indicating this, and give me the data that suggests so.
Mr. Chair, through you, the member just gives me 1 minute. I am just getting the data for the increase. Mr. Chair, through you, I have been reliably informed that the cruise numbers for 2025 is 1.1, just over 1.1 million. 2026 is just over 1.3. 2027, it's just over 1.7 million. And as far as the projections looks right now, there is 1.3 for 2028. So which gives us a passengers and 363 ship calls in 2025, 449 ship calls in 2026, 545 ship calls in 27, and just around 403 ship calls in 28.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Georgetown Central, continuing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank the Minister for that. So it seems like a bump up in the next year and a half, 2 years, and then drop back down to 1.3 in 2008, which is an indication I gave to the country last. But that's, let's see the fruition. Thank you for the explanation, and I'm assuming that that reflects on where the money is coming from. Can we move to another area of revenue that falls under your ministry, which has to do, and this one I hope there's an explanation because it's quite scary, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. On page 444 of your planning estimates, motor vehicle driver's licensings. You're making a revenue of 2.3 million in 2024, 2.4 million in 2025. When you get to 2026, it increases by 300% to 10.4 million, and again in 2027 to another 10.4 million in motor vehicle driver's licenses. Can you explain what has caused a 300% increase, and are you increasing the licenses for driver's licensing fees, or what is causing that large amount of increase in revenue?
Members, the Minister needs a small break, so we'll break for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.